'Cause you Radiant team ban.
You can see that they were just trying out their own style. They were not conforming to what the meta is. And I still think that even though the fate of like New Esports and Boom Esports and possibly Reality Rift lies in their own hands, lies in other people's hands, after their matches, as long as a droid doesn't have a breakout performance, I think these teams are still safe.
Yeah, and I think last week was the best time for you to try out stuff. But now, into this week, if you look at the 5th place, they are 9 points. They are just 2 points away from T1.
Yeah, it's
from taking over T1. So it's going to be really hard. I think this is a week that you don't want to try anything else. You want to go for your best draft.
Yeah.
You're going to go for your best pick.
Speaking of draft, the draft is ready. So let's hop in and see what heroes are going to be making their appearance. I think it's very true, right? The whole, it's time to try hard. And I can see Adroit, they've already started up with opening with an Earth Spirit.
This is Boomy's best hero. I think a lot of the casters, Lyrical or Fog, they have been saying you don't want to give Boomy the Earth Spirit. This is a world-class level of Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and it's also a steal as well because Neon, they played the Earth Spirit mid, they played the Earth Spirit support, a droid, they snatched that away immediately. So you kind of deny one of Neon Esports' strongest pick from, but I don't think they're going to care too much. They have the Ember Spirit and the Tiny, Play Hard Tiny,
Yopaj Tiny.
Yopaj Tiny, yeah. Again, another flex pick that Neon Esports. You might see another Play Hard Ember as well. So this is both teams starting with their comfort heroes.
I don't think we've seen anyone else play the Ember for Neon, right? I don't think we've seen Yopaj. Have we seen Yopaj play Ember?
Not really. Most of the time he'll be playing Tiny and Ember will be Play Hard. But of course this hero, they both can flex between 4 and 2. Yeah. So it's gonna highly depends on who are they playing against from a droid mid.
The mid matchup.
But the thing is, both of them are melee heroes. So if you talk about flex value there for the mid lane, it's not really that great if you think about it.
Yeah. As for Adroit though, their second pick was the Enchantress. Now, I want to hear your opinions on the Enchantress, because so far it hasn't been that great, but how do you feel Adroit handle the Enchantress in their matches?
I think CML has been a fan of playing micro heroes. Most of the time he plays Chance, so a lot of time we look at Enchantress, we always say that the best way to play her is to summon the creeps and then dominate a lane. I think this is what CML does the best. So if there's one team that can handle and do well with Enchantress, I think it's Adroit.
Yeah, I think Neon Esports, they are also no strangers to micro. They played Chen in 3 different positions, and all of those games worked out in their favor. So I think against Enchantress, this should be another day for Neon Esports. They should have an idea on how to deal with it. Yeah. Chen is still up. You might see Neon Esports pick that up against this Eng.
Surprise! Because Adroit now, they are banning 3 cores. They are not giving any respect to the Chen so far.
Maybe they want the Chen.
Maybe they want to. Maybe they're daring Neon to pick a Chen as well.
Yeah, maybe that could be. Unless Neon don't want to pick up the Chen. I guess it depends as well. But instead, we're going to be seeing Skem's Terrorblade. This is very, very, very early for a Terrorblade pick.
Yep. This is the second time that Terrorblade was picked this early in. TNC Predator was the first one who showed us how to play Terrorblade, how to first face Terrorblade. They lost that game against New Esports, but Terrorblade in general has a high win rate in this regular season so far.
Now I want to see a Venge TV. We all know that Neon, Geno, he loves to play this position 5 that has a lot of save. So I think Venge is one hero that suits him the best. And Adroit, they've already showed 2 supports here. So if you want to steal the Venge from Neon, you have to put him in either mid or the off lane.
Unless Adroit pulls out a Mac or Spirit mid, then that could be the surprise.
That's what I was wondering as well, because we've seen Earth Spirit mid and it can do quite a lot, but okay, we've got PL for Adroit. Alright, both teams have picked up their cores. Alright, next.
I think
What's next?
This feels like a throwback to 2018. You remember KL Major that we have had?
The TB
versus
PL, the classic. You just see a bunch of illusions hitting each other. Only 2 teams have played Earth Spirit mid so far, as far as I remember. First one was definitely Neon Esports, and then after that RML also played Earth Spirit mid. Last week, I think it was against RR in game 2. So maybe Adroit could pull out something different. Speaking about General liking supports that have saves, Oracle is one of his best hero. Has not played it just yet. Oh, they bring out the partner. It's about time we see this from Neon Esports.
You guys weren't kidding when you said we're going to be looking at some try-hard Dota this week.
Yeah, I've been anxiously waiting.
Whoa.
Yes.
Wow.
I've been anxiously waiting for Neon to whip out the Jano Oracle or maybe a partner, because they do run a partner as support as well. This is one of their, I would say, the pocket picks, the picks that if you play a lead long enough, it will eventually come out. And I'm happy to see this from Neon, but Darkseer, the first time ever in this regular season.
What did we say? We all say that this week is going to be the most exciting week, and finally Darkseer hasn't seen any light so far, and finally make it through.
And looking at how Darkseer sort of fits in for Adroit's lineup, you've got two great heroes that can hold the Ion Shell. You've got the Terrorblade that has to be worried about the wall, because let's be real, Terrorblade's afraid of his own illusions. They're very painful. But also not just that though. There's a lot of flexibility for Adroit, right? You're looking at these heroes. Of course, Darkseer goes to off lane, PL goes into the safe lane, but you don't know where the Enchantress or the Earth Spirit's going to go.
Yep. And guess what? Oracle banned by Adroit. They're still afraid of that Jano Oracle for the TB.
One thing I want to mention is that Darkseer, this pick entirely changes the dynamic of this game. Because right now, there's so many ways for you to play against TB. Once you pop meta, you have to surge to get out, you have to double ganker to get out, you can even roll out. So there's a lot of way for a droid to kite out the Metamorphosis. Or another approach is to just fight him with the wall.
Yeah, you just drop the wall. He doesn't want to get caught. Like that illusion from the wall replica will actually kill the TB himself.
Yeah.
I actually watched a clip yesterday, which is the same scenario. Darkseer drops wall replica, catches TB, the illusion wins the game.
Yeah.
So this could be the same thing that I saw on YouTube. Hopefully, I get to see that spectacle once more.
Also, with this pick, a droid takes full control right now in team fights, in how to determine their team fights to take out. I think it's a very beautiful pick.
Yeah. So how do you sort of counter this if you're Neon? Because now you have to worry about the Darkseer, you need hard lockdown, otherwise Surge becomes an issue, but then you also need some kind of counter initiation if the team gets caught out in a wall.
You need to punish the Darkseer early on. He's a really greedy hero. He likes to cut waves, Ion Shell runs at you. He wants to dominate the lane with the Ion Shell. But one thing he's not good at is if you punish him, he doesn't get farmed, then he doesn't provide anything. He goes in, he drops a wall, and he dies. He wants to, because Darkseer usually go for like your Mag, your Vlast, your Greaves, and just stay in the fight for as long as possible. But if you cripple him early on, he won't be able to do that, and Adroit suddenly just loses that frontliner.
There are two ways for you to punish Darkseer really hard in the lane. First one is of course Oracle with the Purge to remove the Iron Shell. Second one is get Chen, get the Purge creep, and then constantly follow the Darkseer to remove his Iron Shell. And you know what? Chen is still in the pool. Chen is Neon Esports' best hero right now.
Yeah, another way is you use heroes that have cheap pokes, like your Jakiro, your Disruptor. Any hero, especially Disruptor, you can always glimpse Darkseer back if you try to surge away. Your poke is always good against the Darkseer. He just doesn't want to constantly take damage from you because he's already tanking creeps, right? So those damage are extra. Back in the old days when you can build Stout Shoot on Darkseer, he's a super good pick. But right now, he's just easier to punish if you can constantly deal damage over time.
Yeah. So looking for our last picks, and it seems like offlaners are going to be some of the priority bans here. Also, I think maybe Neon... Why would Neon ban the Pango? So who would be handling the Pango for Adroit? Is this possibly a mid Pango? Oh, the Doom! Is this to discourage a potential Chen? There's Enchantress and Doom on the same team.
I mean, it could be, because the Doom is always good. The Doom is good against all heroes, let's be real. But even without the Chen, the TB has a lot of things he has to worry about. He has this Doom, he already has the Darkseer that he has to kind of be concerned in a fight. And now you have this Doom that could potentially be a Doom mid for Adroit.
Yeah, I think if we think 2 steps forward, right? Now, if you look at Adroit's draft, they have the Darkseer to anti-TV. So they know that Neon Esports is going to pick another winning condition for themselves because they cannot just totally rely on TB to carry the game. So they will pick another winning conditions. So Adroit responded with a Doom. Yeah. So right now, all the Doom has to do is to Doom another winning condition of Neon and let the Darkseer deal with the TB. And right now, and with this, they eliminate 2 winning conditions from Neon Esports.
And we've seen Doom started by TNC. Armel was the first one to pick up the Doom, and it has kind of spilled through into the final weeks of this regular season.
Yeah.
Armel picked it, and afterwards, I think Moon picked it as well. No, Ice has picked the Doom when they played against New Esports last week, and now this is the 3rd Doom pick for Adroit.
Yep. Last pick up here for Neon. Now, what kind of boxes are they going to have to tick here? What are they lacking?
they still need a secondary win condition that naturally buys Lincoln Sphere.
They have no front line as well, so no one to soak up the initial.
There's a disruptor.
There you go, Disruptor.
All right.
So that's possibly to deal with the Darkseer in late, then, is it?
And also good against PL, but they don't have front line. I think Adroit has a lot of way to just run over Neon in this game.
I feel like this is definitely going to be like a it could be an off-lane partner. They could run this core partner.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of times Rappi love to play these backline heroes, right? On especially on off lane.
Yeah, core partner, Yopash Tiny, Scam, TB. This is all about punishing the early game from Adroit.
But if Neon able to come on top after their laning phase, they have great ways to snowball this game. They can always rely on TB's pushing power as long as Pugna. And then, of course, we all know that Disruptor is great when we are playing ahead because you are so good in punishing.
Yeah, actually, all these heroes are good at punishing the Darkseer early on. They just need to kind of really lay into this Darkseer and make sure that he doesn't come online, because you already have a Doom who is a strong laner to worry about. And if this Darkseer gets his laning phase, you're going to run into a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Predictions. That's the tough one now, since we're looking at a pretty crazy match.
Honestly, ask me purely from draft, I think Adroit has a very well-rounded draft. But Neon, if they could come out on top of laning phase, they can go unstoppable. It's tough. I'll wait for you.
I have to be kind of... I know, I still think, judging from the performance we've seen for the past 3 weeks, I am going with Neon for game 1.
Neon?
Let's see how they can overcome this draft, because I really think that Adroit just... They put out a really robust draft, but I'm pretty sure Neon has a way to deal with it.
I'll go with Adroit. I think they really have a solid draft, and I believe in them. I'm a big believer in drafting. That's why most of my predictions are wrong, because whenever you go into game, the execution is totally the otherwise.
Gentlemen, let's jump into the first match of the day.
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
I hope you've never joined a competitive team before. That's a horrible mindset.
I mean, most of the time I think one side has a really good draft and they just play it otherwise. They just get out executed or anything like that.
I hope you're not drafting for your team. Oh goodness. Alright. So
Actually, that's good, right? If I do the draft and then someone else plays it, so I don't get to execute it.
I don't think that fixes the issue. Alrighty, so we're in the match here. It looks like we've just got some connection issues. So
Yeah, it seems like the players are super happy. We saw a lot of ha 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 in capitals, in cap
I hope
locks.
so. I hope they're happy. I know these are very high-stake matches for them now, because we know that they need to grab these points, that anyone that lands in 9th position at the end of the round-robin group stage, they're done and dusted, right? Their journey is over. That's the hard reality. But let's take a look and see who is playing what. Yopaj is actually going to be playing the Ember Spirit. This is a brand new one for us, because we've only seen him play more defensive/utility-oriented mids. Now he's taking the reins of an Ember.
Yeah. Also, Clear is on his tiny. I think this is one of the most exciting post-war that you have to look out for in this entire league. I think Clear has been delivering really hard. And of course, Yopaj. We are going to see another approach of Yopaj. Most of the time, like you say, he's the backline utility guy. But Ember Spirit is another totally different kind of mid hero.
Yeah, he's not the same as his green brother, right? Earth Spirit does he's completely different to the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit wants to be in your face. He wants to grab those kills, whereas Earth Spirit sets up for the team, right? Comes in with the magnetize, causes a lot of chaos, and hopefully that chaos is what brings your team that victory, just to be able to lock down those targets.
Yeah, this is a really tough game for Ember Spirit. I think you are facing a lot of spells that can shut you down really quickly. Silence from a Spirit, Doom as well. And also you don't want to get caught in all of PL illusions. It burns out your mana instantly. So Yopaj has got a really big challenge in this game.
Yeah. Something I find really interesting as well between Adroit and Neon is that I find Boomy and Playhard to be very similar in terms of play style. They have very similar hero pools. Of course, they've got a couple differences, but a very aggressive position forward. They love to roam. They love to go for those kills. I want to see who's going to be able to be more aggressive. It looks like they've got some aggression here onto Adroit. Bok did get tossed back by Playhard, and they're still chasing that Darkseer. Like you said, they're trying to already apply pressure to the Darkseer.
Yeah, but Boomy has a really good 3-man Dota smash.
Toss back, and that should be first blood. Oh, that Disruptor Tiny combo, so deadly.
I think one big thing about this patch is that teams are starting to run a lot of offensive tri-lane. Because back then, if you run an offensive tri, you are going to lose out so much on experience. But because this patch, there's so much changes to gold and XP, it gives you more reward. So there's more incentive for teams to run a defensive tri-lane, because it not only secure your safe lane, your carry, the good lane, also it rewards your support for going for all the kills.
Yep. So we're going to be seeing a Doom versus Ember matchup. Mac going to be handling that Doom, and so far he's doing all right. He's still tied up. It'll be pretty interesting to see how Ember fares against a Doom in lane, if it's Ember favored or if Doom is able to hold his own, because at the end of the day, you just want that Doom to farm up. He doesn't need to win the lane because he can always go back to the jungle to devour, and his goal is to just Doom people.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think anyone should die from this matchup unless one gets really aggressive and someone just roam this lane. I'm actually waiting for Esprit to decide whether he wants to make a move to the mid lane, because even if he wants, Doom is not exactly the best partner for you to get a kill.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to see a very stagnant lane in this game.
Yeah. It'll be really surprising if they maybe don't even attempt it. I think for Neon, it's probably easier, right, when it comes to ganking, because you've got the Tiny, you can toss back the Doom onto the Ember Spirit, maybe get some tower damage in, but even then, I don't know if those two are able to grab that kill.
Yeah.
We've got a dual lane matchup up here. We've got Pugna going up against the PL lane. Of course, the supports are here as well, but we know Pugna is a very squishy hero and doesn't really have any kind of lockdown. Looks like Playhard gonna have to try and go for a toss back, but it looks like they're gonna lose that Tiny. No, they don't have the damage. Just walks out scot-free.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nasumi didn't have mana for his Spirit Lance, otherwise he stayed there. We just say that it all comes down to the post-4 of both teams, but it's very hard for Playhard to make a rotation, because PL and Enchantress can always punish the Pugna whenever the Tiny is away. So that's one thing that's limiting the Tiny from roaming around. I think the most active timing is at 4 minutes, when both of the supports going for the power rune. That's the time where this early game is going to get excited. But until then, we are just going to see a farming game.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the tough lane, the Darkseer lane, because we can already see from the last hits in the night that Darkseer, he's only sitting at 4 CS in the Terrorblade lane. Now, you did emphasize that Darkseer needs to be shut down if Neon's going to have a good chance coming into that mid game. But how's the matchup in general, a Terrorblade versus Darkseer? Is it supposed to be this heavily in favor of the Terrorblade, or do you think maybe they just didn't really have the best partners to ensure that you're going to get that Darkseer farm?
I think a lot comes down to the support that TB is having. Like what Husky has mentioned a lot of times in the draft, like Disruptor is really against the Darkseer, not only because in the mid game you have the glimpse, but in the early game you can constantly throw out this Thunder Strike to harass the Darkseer. And Darkseer is one hero that you want to constantly be spamming Clarity on. So the Thunder Strike is going to limit Darkseer from doing so.
Yeah.
And of course, because the lane is always going to be pushed into the side of Terrorblade, right? Because of the Iron Shell, so TB has got a very good base damage for him to last hit under tower. So I'm not surprised that he's getting so much CS right now.
Yeah. Looks like they managed to find Boomy on his Earth Spirit. Just going to throw some pressure there onto Scam. But this has to be a tough lane, because historically speaking, a lot of teams would look up to that Earth Spirit Darkseer combo, right? It's similar to the Spirit Breaker combo, where you throw the Iron Shell onto the Earth Spirit, you roll in, you punish the supports, but that's not possible here.
Yeah, not really. Because every time you want to advance your position, you are going to get stopped by the kinetic field by Darkseer. And since Terrorblade has also gotten a first blood, he has gotten one extra Brave Band for the lane. So that increases your armor right now. It allows you to tank up a lot of damage from the creeps as well. But meanwhile, Playhard got a solo kill on CML here, and Nasumi is also getting a lot of trouble from Cypher.
Man, Rappy's doing a lot of damage to that PL. He's got to be careful there. Looks like the centaur from the Enchantress is going to come in and pressure that Pugna. But the Pugna lane seems to be going really well for Neon. Of course, they're not completely shutting down the PL, but they are forcing him under the tower, getting him that extra regen, and of course we know Playhard hard just sitting in the jungle like this, constantly being a threat.
Yeah, I think Natsumi is secretly happy that CML died there because now CML can come back with a South, so he's back to full HP again, he's playing under his tower. I think he's pretty happy about this. And like, besides the fact that he's...
Oh, your badge comes in with the snipe. That's pretty big too for the Ember Spirit. You want to grab as much as you can, especially with how they buffed up that gold damage that you get from kills now. So it's much more worth it to try and roam around and grab those little kills.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if this is the last patch, Doom is going to be so happy just sitting at the lane and farming NCs after that. But now you have to be worried if your counterpart mid is making a lot of moves and you are not, you are going to be having a big trouble.
Right, we've got a rotation mid, but how are they going to initiate this Yopaj coming forward? They've got the Avalanche, they've also got the Thunder Strike as well. Toss back onto that Doom, kinetic field thrown down by Janual. I don't think he has glimpse, but will they be able to get Mac? It seems it's too fast. He does have glimpse, but then the damage to kill off that Doom, he's so tanky with the Scorched Earth, and he will just get out of there. Oh no, they didn't have enough damage.
The ice armor too that he got, that was a big changer. Otherwise he would have died. But one thing that surprised me is that where is the support coming from Droid? There's no TP whatsoever.
I mean, he was fine. Maybe he doesn't need support.
Yeah, maybe he's just like, you guys chill.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine here. They're throwing 3 men onto me, jokes on them. They are not going to have enough damage to kill me. And there's no chain from Ember Spirit as well, so no lockdown from Mac.
Yep. That's so unfortunate though. They did commit the supports to come mid, but looks like they've actually found CML there with the Ember. But in the meantime, they managed to pick up a kill onto Natsume.
Oh, that's surprising.
That usually isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way for PL to die if he has his doppelganger. Maybe he used that offensively on the Pogna, and then he get caught off guard by Tiny. But this is gonna set up TB really fast in this game because look at their net worth difference. There's almost 1k differences between them, and we all know that Terrorblade is going to outskill PL. Yep. With all the illusions.
We're already starting to see some issues that the Darkseer could have potentially had, because if you look at Box net worth, he is very far down. He's actually almost the same net worth as the Tiny, just a little over, but this is supposed to be Box playing such a big role this game, right? He's got to be the initiator, is also going to be a potential counter-initiator. He has to be there to back up the team with the utility items. He has to hit those timings, but how are you going to hit your timings when you're in a Terrorblade lane and you're not keeping up with farm now? He can't afford to sit in the jungle for the next 10-15 minutes to finish up his defensive items.
Yeah, that's true, because most of the time you want to play Darkseer and you want to be snowballing with this hero, but I have another view this game. Just because he's playing specifically against the TV, you know that your biggest value in this game... Okay, never mind, for my content.
Yeah, we're going to hold your thoughts there because they're going to try and go onto that Ember Spirit. It looks like he's cornered and they will grab him. They've also managed to find Janual. He's going to try and TP out, but they've got enough physical damage to take him out too. So not only are they going to grab this T1, but they've also gotten 2 kills.
That's a very good rotation. Most of the time you want to be rotating to your Darkseer's lane because he's the strongest one and he really doesn't like to move around the map. Like right now, he can constantly stay at the bottom side throughout Iron Shell, constantly pushing the Deadlands. So this is going to open up a lot of map control for a droid. But meanwhile, TB made a really good rotation early on top. So he took down the tower, and now he can just sit here forever and keep farming the Ancients camp. This is going to help Scam outskill PL in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he can outfarm that PL by quite a bit. He's just so good at farming. And now it's up to Adroit to slow down this Terrorblade. It's not simply them waiting for PL to get fat, because if they decided to wait for the carries to do their thing, to farm and get their items, Terrorblade will come out on top for at least 5 minutes earlier. So we're going to have to start seeing some aggression here from Adroit, because if they don't pressure the Terrorblade or at least close up this jungle, he's just going to free farm, and we've seen what happens with the Terrorblade game. The hero just walks all over you.
Yep. Like the thing is, we know, a droid know this as well. They know that they have to find a way to punish TV, but for them to do that, they have to take down this mid-tier 1 tower for them. Yeah. But look at the heroes. They really don't have any great tower pushers.
Yeah, they don't really have too many heroes that can clear creeps as well if they're defending their own towers as well.
Yeah, exactly. So the only way for them to take down the tier 1 tower is to make a smoke, maybe flank Neon from the side, alongside with the Doom, alongside with the Surge, Magnetize, and try to get kills on Neon and then take down the tower. That's their only best way for them to take down. But before they hit that timing, TB is going to get a lot of free time in farming.
Yeah. And it looks like Neon are going to be the ones to apply the pressure instead. They find the Doom, and that's going to be a wasted smoke. They run into the Enchantress. Oh, they get the toss-up onto the Darkseer. If they lose bot, that's really big. He also threw down the wall. Does absolutely nothing. Now turning onto the Enchantress. They're going to pop the Glimpse back there onto the Doom. He's going to have to run back into this fight. Yopaj still in the thick of things, and so is Playhard trying to get away from that Doom up onto the high ground. Yopaj should be safe. He will be able to Remnant out. This poor Tiny, he's still running. Playhard is running hard, and it looks like he might be able to get out of this. They've got no way of catching this roly-poly Tiny.
Yeah, Wind Lace plus Tranquil. This guy really moved really fast. He's not like a rock anymore.
Oh my goodness.
However, I do think that Doom, he probably has to start considering getting some other kind of spells from creeps, because Ice Armor right now is not enough for him to... He doesn't want to sustain, he wants to fight. So he probably wants to get something like a Wall Storm or like a Troll Net, or even a Purge is really good as well in purging off the Flame Guard from Ember Spirit. You need some kind of offensive element right here for them to stop.
We'll see if he gets lucky first as well, right? Because when it comes to getting those skills, you got to rely on the RNG for the creeps as well.
That is true.
So we'll see what he gets. He's managed to find the Centaur. Does he? Actually, his Devour's on cooldown, so he won't be able to take it. Looks like he's going to save it. So he's probably going to have to go for the Stomp for now until he gets something else. But it looks like they've managed to find the Darkseer. There goes Bot yet again. This Darkseer is getting heavily shut down.
That's the awkward thing about Darkseer. If you don't play ahead, if you don't want to be mediocre, because if you're not having a good lane, you are just going to take away so much resources from your core, and then you have a big, you are facing a big chance of dying as well. So you are literally like farm everything and then give it all the way to your opponent.
And it almost felt like Adroit kind of weren't prepared for the Darkseer pick as well, because back when Darkseer was a more common pickup, it was very common for supports to stack for the Darkseer, right? So that even if he had a really bad lane, he'll be able to go into the jungle, throw on the Ion Shell, and farm the jungle that way. But they haven't really loaded up the jungle with any creeps for him at all, so he's really playing catch-up. And with the Darkseer playing catch-up, you're basically playing 4 versus 5, but then they've also got the PL, so they're playing 3 versus 5.
Yeah,
I guess 3 versus 4 because it's a Terrorblade, but again, the numbers are just not in their favor, and it looks like, again, they're going to get this Darkseer.
Wow, Genoa is really doing a good job in shadowing the Darkseer. He's constantly going to the lane, the Darkseer shows up, and then his Gleam is so great in catching the Darkseer as well. There's no way of getting away from Disruptor. This is the best way you want to play Disruptor. And CML is facing a little bit of trouble here. There's not enough damage.
Oh, they managed to come in with the Doom, and they will get it onto Yopaj. This should be a dead Ember Spirit, but they've got the Terrorblade coming in as well. Scam, he's a fighting TB, he's not a farming TB. Boomy, oh, he couldn't get the roll off. I think he rolled onto the illusion. Yopaj, he will go down, but the turnaround there, the support from the team, Neon, they're a team fighting team.
Yeah, we know that Scam loves to get involved really early.
He reminds me of Gabby. Remember last week we saw Gabby playing
Anti-Mage?
Yeah, the anti-mage game. There's a lot of teamwork here for Neon.
Yeah, the droid must be super confusing because most of the time TB wants to spend his time in the Ancient. So a droid picked the other side for them to attack, but guess what? TB is there. Surprise.
Oh goodness, this is just not... This is not good at all for Adroit. Luckily for them, the net worth isn't looking too bad, even though they've completely shut down this Darkseer. The difference between the two teams, it's just 1k gold. So they're not spiraling out of control yet. Natsume is farming and he hasn't been pressured outside of the laning stage, so this PL is well on his way to finishing up his items. But the thing is, when does Natsume want to fight? It looks like in the middle lane, they're going to try and go for that Doom. They will be able to glimpse him back. They should be able to get him. The Surge, he is so fast, my goodness! The fight continues, so they throw down the wall. Terrorblade is hit, but his illusion is killing him! Oh, Scam goes down to his own illusion! Oh goodness, a huge loss for Neon. They're still chasing, looks like Bok will just survive because Natsume comes in and kills that Tiny, and the Disruptor to boot. We're already starting to see what happens when a Terrorblade meets a wall.
Yeah, Bog is like, how you like that, man? It doesn't matter how many times you kill me. All I have to do is to place a good wall and catches the Terrorblade, and I'll let your own illusions deal with you.
Oh, Simo, he sees the Ember Spirit. Looks like he's just putting vision down, so they're not going to go too deep for the Ember, but that was a big team fight win there for Adroit, and now the net worth is in their favor.
Yeah.
Although a slight bit, but still a big deal.
I think that was the exact reason why I wasn't too worried about Bog, because his job is simple here, just to place a good wall. And right now, they're given a lot of time for Natsumi to climb back into the net worth chart. He has gotten a diffuser now. He's moving forward to a hood, so he's looking to engage into the fight early on. They want to be attacking Neon when TB doesn't have the mana morphosis.
Yeah, and PL's fantastic against the Tiny. Tiny typically has a lot of mana issues. He doesn't have a big mana pool, and Disruptor is horrible against a PL. He's got no way of clearing out the illusions. His Thunderstrike doesn't really do anything against a PL, so he's going to practically melt against Natsume. So of course there's going to be some issues here for Neon. How do they sort of deal with this PL as the game gets later and later? Because of course their win condition is that Terrorblade, but how do they sort of keep Natsume off their backline?
The one thing they have to do is the Disruptor needs to be really patient. He needs to wait for PL to show up and try to catch him with the Static Storm. If you don't connect your Static Storm onto the PL, that's very limited ways for Neon to do anything to shut down the PL. And once the game ball is getting punished, you see that very nice ward from Neon that catches the vision of Bog trying to split push. But once again, you don't achieve too much by killing Bog again and again. Your biggest threat right now for Neon is the PL and the Doom as well.
Yeah, they haven't really been addressing Natsume at all. That was the first time they actually met that PL in a 5-on-5 engagement, so of course they're going to be worried. Oh, very quick fingers there from Yopaj.
Yeah, the thing is whenever a spirit roll, you can kind of hear the animation voice from him. So if you're cautious enough, you can always just preemptively press the Remnant and get away from that.
Yeah. Gotta be very careful. Of course, Yopaj needs to continue farming. He's building up some farming items himself. He's got the Maelstrom, so he's got the Chain Lightning procs that can be very helpful for clearing out those illusions. Not only from the PL, but in case anyone on Neon creates illusions as well. We've got a way to slowly get rid of them. We've got some aggression here coming in from Adroit, a 4-man gank, and they do have Doom available. They're going to lead with Boomy on his Earth Spirit. It's very crucial that he lands that roll. Oh, do they have vision? The Disruptor, he's a prime target, but I'm very sure they're looking for something bigger if they can. They're going to try and evade. Oh, they're going to see the Earth Spirit, so that's going to completely ruin any kind of surprise element. It's going to be an easy tower, it looks like, too. So no contest at all from Neon, unless they want to fight a little deeper in. Okay, they are going to lose Boomy. And the tower stands.
Is there any glimpse? Jano is desperately looking for one guy to glimpse back, but unfortunately they don't have any kind of vision. I think that's okay catch for Neon. The TB is still farming, your Ember Spirit is farming as well. Adroit is the one that has the sense of urgency for them to punish and to take any advanced action against Neon. Because like we say in the draft, they have the control of this game. They are the one determining how the team fight should go, but so far they hasn't been finding a lot of openings for that. I think one point is because Bog is constantly dying, getting punished at the side lanes. So every time they have to wait for Bog to revive, to respawn, and then they have to deal with the creep wave as well. So that takes away a lot of openings for them to do stuff.
There's a smoke. They're grouping up. I think they're waiting for the courier. There we go. There's the smoke. They're going to keep farming with Natsume. But of course, he is nearby. So if there is a engagement, I'm very sure the PL will be more than happy to join in.
TB is walking to a triangle now.
Yeah, big wraparound. They're going to run to the TB. Okay, Scum sees it. Playhard is nearby. That avalanche is huge. Is it going to be enough, though? They do get the Doom off on this Scum. And it looks like the Terrorblade should go down. Beautiful wall back as well. There goes that Terrorblade. The Magnetize as well, doing a huge amount of work onto Neon. And look at this Doom, just chasing them down. The BKB preventing the avalanche from connecting. But look at Rappy! He just drained the Doom. It's 3 for 2 so far, and they're still fighting. They're still going. there's the buyback onto the Disruptor, so Glimpse will be a factor as well. Natsume has joined the fight. Yopaj is very low on mana, so it's going to be tough for him to try and Remnant into that fight. It looks like they will be able to get away.
Wait,
No.
they want to win?
Yopaj, they don't have the ultimate there for the Disruptor. He's just got the Thunder Strike off onto the Illusions. It looks like he's being zoned out by the PL. Oh, the Root! Ooh, the Glimpse as well! Oh, big kills here. They're going to get blocked? No.
What a close one.
Oh.
CML is gonna, I mean, Natsumi is gonna be so regretting. Why did he want to be so greedy? That was such a big win for them. Taking down the TB, that was good enough for him already, but he thought that he's strong enough with the hood, so he wanted to go back in, especially Yopaj didn't have any mana left. But they got punished, they got
That
brute.
urgency that you're talking
Yes.
about, it seems like maybe it's gone a little bit too deep. That they really wanted to utilize that victory, but of course sometimes things happen. Looks like Yopaj will be going down
He's gonna
here.
get out.
Can he? Oh, they don't have enough to save us. Oh, very close. They almost got it with the Earth Spirit. Oh, they're going to chase down that Earth Spirit, he says. Oh, no. Poor Boomy. Your dreams go, Boomy.
Oh, all right. Now they definitely sense the sense of urgency, but they don't really want to push things too far ahead.
They're waiting for Doom to come back. You can see why they don't want to fight. Doom is their biggest spell. If they don't have the Doom, then they can't delete a hero, right? Because that's essentially what Doom does. You Doom somebody, you technically delete them. It does a lot of damage. It's really, you can't do anything unless you heal through it.
Also, the hidden threat that we saw from the last fight is that even though you doom the TB, you don't really have lots of great locks down from the right side to make sure you kill Doom at that.
Oh dear. That's going to be
All right.
a dead bok.
Did he just run, search himself, and run on top of the hill without any vision?
I don't think...
That is called space
Yeah.
creation, I believe.
I know certain people call this tactical feeding.
Yep.
But yeah, that was pretty interesting. Maybe he thought he could just slip into the jungle and try and take that triangle of
Yeah,
farm.
I'm not-
But it seems like such a low reward, high risk play.
Exactly. Did he just search all the way on top of the hill to kill a couple of creeps?
It's hard to say.
Not too sure about that.
Well, I mean, he can't blame him too, because every time he farmed in his own jungle, he's just been consistently ganked. And then there's always the philosophy where if you keep getting ganked in your jungle, chances are if you farm in the enemy jungle, it's safer, because there's going to be no vision there. So
Yeah.
maybe he was trying to apply that philosophy, but then he just got cut off. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, either way, I'm gonna die anyways, right? So I might as well just die on the enemy's jungle. So I actually buy some time for my PL to farm.
No, hopefully that's enough time for Natsume to get his farm.
Interestingly, TB is not going for BKB. I think he's gonna be regretting a lot.
Does he feel like he
Obviously.
needs the BKB?
I know that his understanding is he's afraid of the Doom. So if you get Doom, having BKB doesn't help him anyway. But the thing is, he's facing so many silence, all the mana reduction from PL's illusion as well. I think those are the threats that he has to be worrying about also.
Yep.
Another thing of having a BKB against Doom is that you can always preemptively pop your BKB so that it disencourages the Doom to put his ultimate on you, so he will go for another target. But then again, I think Adroit has a lot of way to take down this TB fast without him having the BKB, so...
The alternative to building BKB against a Doom is just tanking up, right? If you have so much HP, you can survive through the Doom duration and then maybe you turn the fight around. Is
Yeah.
that another option that they could potentially look at?
Yeah, that's true.
So what would the item be then if they wanted to go for that route? Is it just typically Skadi, an item that lets you tank up but fight as well, or...?
I think he's going for Sardaning and
Satanic.
SNY, so it gives you the HP that you need. It also gives you stated resistance against the Doom. I think it's a good choice, but I'm just not a fan of it. Normally you go for that because your team has some kind of defensive heroes that can allow you to play a little bit to the edge, but they don't really have the kind of hero. You could argue Pugna is one, but the heal is not a burst heal for you. It takes time for you to heal up. So that's a bit of worry about me, from me.
Yeah. Got another smoke here for Adroit. The urgency is real. They want to try and take this game back into their own hands. They have fallen behind 3K in terms of net worth, but it's still a small gap. It's not too big. because the majority of that net worth it is in the pockets of that Terrorblade. But of course, Yopaj and Rappy are also holding some pretty decent net worths themselves. It looks like they're better. Oh no! Oh no! Here it comes, the train, the pain train is coming on no Doom. Beautiful wall back. They have blown the Doom, but are they able to turn this around? The magnetized damage is huge. The Doom is trying to set the front lines, but he's trying to TP as well. It's wasted BKB. He just dies, and now Yopaj can come back in and chase it. Here comes Natsumi on that PL. It's going to be hard to take out Yopaj. They've got the Avalanche as well. Stem's coming to the team fight. Remember, they don't have wall anymore, so this Terrorblade has free reign in the middle of these fights, and Natsumi, he's all alone. Bok won't be able to do anything outside of a surge, and it looks like a big victory here for Neon. Big ultimates now on cooldown. The Doom is gone. The wall is down.
What a play by Yopaj, the illusion bait.
Oh my goodness.
There's no way you could see them coming unless you spot that the Empress Blade had the illusion rune, but also the wall was perfect, right? But it didn't catch the TV, that's the point.
Look at Rappy. Oh, there's a glimpse. That's a big glimpse as well. That's going to be a kill onto the Enchantress. CML is down, and now they're going to continue fighting. They've got the vision on the Thunderstrike. They see where the Doom is. Terrorblade is still running. Rappy force-staffing himself to try and get out of there. They will lose play hard in the process. Rappy's still there, going to go for a life drain onto the Enchantress. It takes a lot of health there. Run out of mana though. This PL and his illusions are going all sorts of crazy. But the Empress Spirit zoning out Adroit. It's really tough coming into this. If they throw the Sunder down, Skem is low on HP. It looks like Rappy is out of mana. Still running away from Natsume. Big glimpse onto Rumi, so he's not going to be able to assist that PL. He's still running. The Great Escape. Rappy's still running, but it looks like they finally get that Pugna. Big kills going in the way of Adroit. What a long engagement.
What a long engagement indeed. You see that when the Pugna has no more mana, Natsumi actually don't deal too much damage to him. But their biggest target, they wanted the Terrorblade. They are forcing team fights because Terrorblade ran out of Metamorphosis. But unfortunately, Rappy took all the attention away from the Terrorblade.
Now it's going to be Roshan time. It's a little scary because if you look at what Neon have, they've got fantastic Roche team fight heroes. Static Storm can cover the entirety of the pit. Kinetic Field, also a great spell to keep them locked into the pit within the Static Storm. And of course you've got the Avalanche as well. Going to be really, really painful to try and fight around that in that Roche pit. But the good news is that Doom is now back up. Magnetize is a fantastic spell in the Roche pit. And of course, the big one, the wall.
Yep. You have to be careful though, because TB right now, he's hitting his critical mass as well. He just completed the Satanic. He has the Metamorphosis again. So this is gonna be...
Oh, it looks like they found CML, the Enchantress. It looks like she will be going down. They've got the vision from the Thunderstrike there. There comes the Earth Spirit, now turning off onto that Tiny. He is very tanky, mind you, even though he's at position 4, he is still a tanky hero. That's going to be the Enchantress down.
The TB has just popped his fresh Metamorphosis. They are going to try to either take down the tower or go back to the Roche. The Roche is half HP right now, and with the mana, they are going to take down this Roche in no time. I also love the item choices from TB as well. He went for Satanic at first, and then after that he disassembled it into Manta and the Halberd.
Hang on, Adroit, they're approaching the pit, but can they get there in time? I don't believe there's any way that they're going to be able to get the glimpse. There's no wall! They didn't get to put the wall down! And they're going to lose the Earth Spirit, and so will the Dooms, getting slowed down by the Pugna Decrep. So they had the glimpse. They used the glimpse earlier. I don't think they have it available, but I think they should have enough slows, enough lockdown to get rid of that Doom. There's the glimpse again. It comes off cooldown. Oh no. The thought was there, but the execution was too difficult.
Yeah, I think Top might want to vacuum them out of the Roshan pit, and maybe someone can jump into the pit and snatch the Aegis, but unfortunately that didn't happen, and if that fails, there's just no running away from the Disruptor.
Absolutely.
Now,
such a good chasing hero.
Yep.
And now it's going to be...
no wiping on Doom as well, so 50 seconds without the Doom, this is going to force the Glyph or maybe a tier 3 from Android.
Oh, roll back onto the high ground now. Skims is going to be the mercy of his own illusions. Kinetic Fielders, they're stopping Android from being able to go onto the low ground. Disruptor's so good at just causing havoc in these team fights. And that's the wall now down.
Now Neon has control of this game.
This this is such a tough game. Then you can understand why Adroit tried to make all those plays earlier. They wanted the game to not go like this. They didn't want to have to deal with a very fat Terran blade. They don't want to have a tiny freely ganking around. I think something we also got to take note of is that it's so much easier for Neon to get those ganks because look at how fat this Tiny is. He's so tanky. He's got a Yule Scepter so that if he does get caught, he can use himself up into the air. And of course, they've got fantastic heroes to back up a Tiny if he gets ganked. Got Disruptor to come in if they decide to group up. You can get the Static Storm. You got Rappy that can also heal up that Tiny in case things get a little bit too hairy.
Look at his itemization as well. 4-star Gleeman BKB. It's all about kiting. It's all about saving his teammate.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, how do you kill anyone on Neon?
Yeah, you have to take out the long fights. You have to kite around the Metamorphosis or try to get a nice wall onto the TB and let the illusions be your ally. You want to turn the TB's net worth into yours. With that is only one way to do it though, is the wall of replica. So a lot falls under Box shoulder right now.
This is probably the one time you kind of wish you had a blink dagger on that.
Oh
on
yeah.
The Darkseer. It would be so much easier to land those back walls, but of course, considering he's had such a tough laning stage, he had to go for these defensive items. You need the greaves, you need the pipe because you need that survivability. So they are slowly defending. Unfortunately, their towers are taking permanent damage. And of course, they have to make a move at some point. But the question is, when? And when is this engagement going to be successful? Because the past couple fights we've seen, it only goes in their favor when Neon decide to take it too long.
Yeah, right now, Adroit, they are losing all the control in taking initiative fights. They have to wait for Roshan they have to wait for the Aegis to expire right now for them to have at least a decent fight or a fair fight. But Scam is getting bigger and bigger. He's approaching the butterfly.
I don't think Terrorblade could get any bigger, to be honest. His model is huge too. Oh dear. What a matchup.
And also, but PL is not a hero that wants to buy a kicking bar. He wants to go for item that gives him stats so that his illusion is getting stronger with all the stats. So I think Butterfly is a very smart choice as well.
Yeah, look at this, grouping up. Yope has the only one farming in that top lane.
Scam is constantly showing his body in the front because he knows that with the status resistance that he has, he's gonna tank through everything.
He's got Rappy behind him too.
Yep.
So they've got all the defensive mechanisms in the world. Here we go, they're going on to Scam again. They commit the Doom as well. Static Storm could feel going to be able to keep two in place. It won't be doing any damage, but the silence and the control is huge. So it looks like they're going to sacrifice the Emperor Spirit. They also get the health swap there off onto the Doom. So Scam is back to full health, whereas the Doom goes down. And that's basically everything committed onto Adroit. They've used the Doom, they used the wall, they've used the Magnetize, but everyone's still healthy on the side of Neon.
And this is high ground for Neon. I'm surprised that Adroit wants to take a fight at the tier 2 tower because this is normally not the best position for you to take the team fight. You want to be taking team fight at your high ground. So right now, after spending all your spells on that, you have no defense for a high ground right now, then this is just free racks for Neon.
Meta is at about 1/3 of its duration left, but the duration is still so bloody long.
And also because of the status resistance, right? The Doom on the TB lasts like 6 seconds. So they didn't have enough damage for them to take down the TB during the Doom. And if you run out of Doom, there's just no killing TB anymore.
Yeah. Man, this is such a difficult game. Looks like this Scam is alone. Oh, they missed. Hang on. This looks like it's not going to be too favorable there for Adroit. And the glimpse off there onto Natsumi. Now the chase is on. All right, so this is the fight that they need to win at least. They will be able to get the Tiny. Disruptor is on the low ground. They're still chasing the roll. Not successful there onto Biggie. They turn around there with Yobaz and Scam. Now they're fighting man to man, one-on-one. Rock needs to run away. But here we go. The Doom has come into the fight. They managed to get 4 kills so far, and this has got to be the turnaround they're looking for. With that a TP that gets cancelled, they will be able to look for Scam on the flight. He will use the Satanic, but is it going to be enough though? He is so dang fat. Oh, well. If that was a buffet, my gosh.
Yeah.
I'd be having a food coma by now.
Adroit is so good in forcing these team fights. They always force fight against Neon when the meta is down. And Neon there now has to be more discipline in disengaging whenever meta is about to end.
That was something I was a bit concerned about because they decided to stick around when they wanted to disengage, right? Normally you disengage, you go back to your own jungle, but they stuck around and wanted to re-engage into a fight with the non-meta Terrorblade. It was very interesting.
And you have to give credit to Boomy as well. He's constantly throwing his body into stopping Neons, making sure that PL has a way to catch up to him. He's just disregarding his own life right now just to create these openings for his cores to come in.
I mean, he's doing his role, right? He has to be the one to go forward because you don't want to send your Doom in first because we've seen what happens when the Doom gets perma-stunned. He just gets cut down by that Terrorblade. So the plays are right. Maybe the stars are aligning, but there's a lot of buybacks available. Although there is a big buyback that isn't, and that's Skems. And we know that Skem is the major threat on the side of Neon. So maybe Adroid would be able to do some permanent tower damage. If they can grab that mid T3, that'd be a very big deal.
Yeah, that's a little bit difficult though, because the respawn time on Neon's heroes are not too long. And then I think by the time you hit tier 3 tower, they are about to up, and you have to be really careful because right now the droid don't have any of the ultimates up. You also are playing against Ember Spirit with Aghanim's, Disruptor with Gleams, so you need to be really patient right here for a droid. You don't want to be giving away your lead again just after winning a team fight.
Yep. Monkey King Bar is also coming up on that PL soon, so it seems like he is starting to feel the pain of that butterfly. Just wants to get through the evasion. It's way too annoying for him, it seems.
One good thing is, the bigger TB gets, the stronger the illusion gets as well.
Of course.
So right now, I think Bob's choice is Steambird. Save out all your go for Blink Dagger. As long as you put out a good wall of Replica, you can die.
Yeah. Looks like Natsume going to start chipping away at that tower with all of his illusions. They will at least be able to get it down to about 3/4 of its HP, so...
Can it though?
Oh, that's true. Thought they might want to save that for another fight, but oh well. Just use it whenever you can, keep it at full health. Now the game is kind of reset because we're only looking at a 2k lead now.
Yep. So right now, Adroid is slightly back in control again. They've gotten the triangle for themselves. Doom is up, Wall is up.
All they need now is to get a Roche for themselves. Because so far, I think Neon managed to get the first Roche. If they could turn it around and give that Aegis to Natsume, even onto Doom, right? Doom will at least be able to go first. If he dies instantly, he's got the Aegis to come back. He can cast that Doom afterwards. There's a lot of options that they could sort of do.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me is that their Roshan damage is really not that amazing. They have to find a pick-off first for them to charge right into the Roshan.
Aww.
Oh, that's a very nice face.
What if you're having a bad day?
What is he holding though? The green thing?
I think it's just an orb. A radiant orb. It's green. Oh, refresher.
Oh, it's a refresher shot. Interesting. Yeah, Doom can definitely use that.
I thought refresher would look nicer than this. I didn't say anything. Anyways.
Seems like they're back up again.
I think this will be called the refresher chip.
Refresher chip.
Yeah, it's just a little chip of a refresher orb. I was expecting refresher to just look like this big magnificent orb, and then it's just... It's a marble.
Small.
It's a marble. Refresher marble. It looks like we've got some internet issues here, folks, so please bear with us as the players get this sorted. The last thing you want is to engage into a team fight with any kind of ping issues.
Alright, MKB is up for PL. This is one big good news for them, and also Dog has just completed his BKB as well, so no more instantly killing the Darkseer before a team fight. I think with this BKB, he's always going to be ensuring himself to pull out a wall, just that the wall might not be as perfect as you want to be. It all comes down to execution right now.
Yeah, but the perfect wall will come soon if the game can last a little bit longer, because he's queued up that Blink Dagger now. So late game, we're going to have to look at some of these wall positions, especially for Skem. Skem's going to have to be very careful about where the Darkseer is, because he can't afford to walk through that wall too many times, right? If you generate all those illusions, it just kills your own team, and worst thing, you kill yourself.
Yeah, but it's also tough for him, right? Because he has to stand there and hit the tower, so it's very easy for Bog to catch him up unless he just throw a bunch of illusions to take down the tower. But right now he has bottled up a DD rune, so this is the time Neon wants to fight. They might do a smoke Also, Adroit wants to smoke as well. You saw Boomy instantly buying the smoke. They know that this Roshan is up very soon, and this is gonna be the deal breaker for both of this team.
The deal breaker and also maybe the game, depending on who's able to get this Aegis. So they're going to constantly have this checked out, but it looks like the big boy, he's ready.
Oh, Radiance is gonna be Doom's next choice. That's interesting.
So what are your thoughts on that Radiance? Like, what's that supposed to do? Is it the mischance that they're aiming for with the Radiance?
Yeah, I think he knows that his Doom on TB is not going to be very effective because of all the stated resistance the TB has. So if you can't kill him, just mess with the illusion there.
Who's a secondary target that you might want to look to Doom? Like, would you want to do maybe someone like Rappy or even the Tiny?
Yeah, at this point, I think you have to recognize the impact that Rappy has to the team as well. I think either the Doom or either the Ember Spirit or the Pugna will be a good target for them.
Alright, we'll see if he's able to get those Dooms off, but in the meantime, we have a smoke gank here from Neon. Heading up towards that top lane, also putting some wards down to see if they can spot anyone, but if you take a look at Adroit's position, they're all gripped up mid, and it looks like they might want to go for a smoke themselves.
Look at the tier 4 item that TB has, Illusionist Cape.
Oh dear.
This has to be the best tier 4 items for TB to get.
Alright, let's go. We're going in with the Doom, just trying to clear out those illusions for now. You will know that the Tiny's nearby with that toss.
Doom has a Princess Knife, so that's pretty good for him. Instantly with a blink, going in with blink hacks, BKB on Boomy as well. So all the big items are already up for the side of Adroit.
We've got a smoke and they might run into that Tiny. Looks like he's going to head back into the river. Do they have vision of Play Hard? It looks like they don't.
Scam with the DD.
Yopaj, he's still up top. They just need to hit him once. Oh, gets out with the Remnant. They didn't have the vision. That's going to be a wasted smoke, unfortunately. And we've got a Skadi picked up onto Yopaj, so he's actually just building tanky. He's going for Radiance next too, so lots of area of effect damage. You've got the slow from the from the Shiva's Guard, and then you've also got the potential burn from that Radiance. So it looks like it's going to be a battle of Radiance versus Radiance, the burn versus burn.
Illusion versus illusion.
That too. Oh dear.
Yeah, it all comes down to execution right now. It doesn't matter who has the better draft, doesn't matter who has the better heroes. It all comes down to who has a better initiation.
And that's probably where I think in particular, a lot of people are going to be looking to Bok when it comes to initiation. His walls have been really impactful. When he gets the really good walls as well, you can see that it really tips the team fights in their favor.
Yeah, he has the money for Dagger right now, but he really wants the buyback.
Yeah.
They will need to make sure they have extra buybacks for this Roshan fight.
They're all grouped up. You can see how scared they are, right? They're all grouped up. They don't really want to separate. And looks like the Skadi is completed on that. Onto the high ground! Oh, Bucky Legend! He will be able to get down though. Skem's trying to run away. He is silenced up. There's the meta. He's down to half, but they're still there with Boomy trying to cause some chaos onto that Terrorblade in the backlines. They've got the Yules off onto that Tiny. Looks like the Earth Spirit has gone down. BKB was used onto Bok. Unfortunately, he's going to try and surge himself out. He will get caught with those chains and chopped down by Dopaj. And now they've got the Doom being chased up by this Terrorblade and Ember Spirit. This is not the fight you were looking for as Adroit. And Natsume all alone. This PL, he's the only one that could have turned this around, but by himself, there's just no way he can salvage this fight. Still on the retreat, going to try and get them confused with all those illusions, but they're going to figure out which is real. They've got so much wave clear. Oh, they're going to charge around.
He's juking. He is juking.
Yeah, he's juking.
Oh, not really, actually.
He probably just knows he's dead by now.
Yeah, no matter what he does, I think he's dead for sure there. It looks like a very good initiation from Bok, but somehow Scam got down. And then
the Mantle?
I think so, or maybe it is just a 4-star from his teammate. But the wall was completely wasted because after he walks out, he gets down from the cliff. There's no way the wall can catch him anymore. So Scam just stood there and just output damage, and no one could stop him. I think one thing Adroit has to do is another way of dealing with the Terrorblade is that you isolate him. You just want to run away from him. And right now, without the mana Morpheus, it's hard for them to take team fight. So Adroit is forcing a Roshan right now.
Natsume with balls of steel, gonna try and go for this Roche. They do have the wall available now, of course, fighting into the Roche bit. Oh, looks like they will be able to get him out. Glimpse, ooh, gonna glimpse him to safety there. That's not the glimpse that you're looking for. Look at all those PL illusions. Now, we do know for a fact that PL is a nightmare to deal with because of that mana burn. And a lot of those heroes are vulnerable if they don't have mana. Massive wall! The biggest wall! Is this gonna be what turns the team fight around? They're trying to get away with that Pugna Rappies. They've got the stuff available. And then Buck is still in the front lines fighting that Terrorblade all alone. What can you do? Force stuff out for that Darkseer Surge as well, but it looks like this fight also just wasn't enough. They didn't have the damage, they had the wall, they had the backing, but they just didn't have the follow-up, the toss-back as well. Still surging away. He wants to get out of here. Look at the PL though, nothing is still in this fight. They're coming in there with Boomy as well. They have the lockdown, but then Manta is there. They've got so many illusions, you can't even tell who's doing what right now. Natsume goes down, the PL is dead. 120 seconds off the board. They get another toss in. Bok is dead as well. The only one alive was CML. They just...
What a boss, damn.
Oh my goodness.
All the time just standing there and dealing damage as no one can touch him because of his build.
He doesn't care. He's so dang fat.
He doesn't care.
And he's got a Divine Rapier as well.
Divine Rapier, Radiance are up for Ember Spear as well, and there's no buyback from all three cores of Adroit. I think this might be game.
Yeah, it looks like it might be it too. They're going to lose these towers so quickly with that, with the Divine Rapier. So look at Skem, meta's up, clears out the towers. The glimpse is, the glyph is there though, so we'll buy a little bit of time, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Skem he's manning up right now, just going for the Divine Rapier because he knows that there's no buyback anyways. I'm really loving Skem. I feel like every time I look at him, right, I feel like there's a little bit of eternal envy inside of him. Because obviously they played before, and then ever since that, Skem just looks like a crazier player ever since.
He's a changed man.
He's a changed man right now, under the influence of the best Dota player ever.
Best Dota player ever. Oh goodness. But the influence is definitely there.
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, I can help you out, I can help you out, I can help you is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder I too. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
In the second phase.
What if they let the Terrorblade through? Let them first phase it. Then you get more options to potentially play around the TV.
Yeah, that could be one way, but do you really want to risk that though, knowing that Terrorblade is so strong?
I think they could, right? Because we saw how good the supports were. Why not get rid of the Tiny? Maybe take into consideration what the supports could be. Limit the supports that's going to protect the Tiny.
Yeah, but they went with the same ban again, Bounty Hunter and Furion. They're not forgetting Scams Furion, and also I think Juno has played a wonderful position 5 Bounty Hunter last week, and this is the hero that is perfect into ramping up the tempo. So they're not letting that away too, and they are going back to Earth Spirit. And of course, Neon says nothing has changed. We don't need to change anything as well, since nothing is broken for us. We just go back to the Tiny. Yeah,
Tiny is always going to be Neon. They play hard, they have your parts. This Tiny is very flexible. A droid, well, the Earth Spirit is, I still think the Earth Spirit is a super good pick, right? In the previous game, it was just the Earth Spirit and Enchantress opening that kind of really limited what they can do in the early game. But if you want to be as active as a Tiny, the Earth Spirit is a good hero. Now you pick up the bench, the droid setting up for a very fast draft.
very fast. Also a great hero to protect a core in case they get jumped on. You've got the swap available as well. We could be looking at an aura strat. We've seen teams pairing up the Venge with the Luna.
Exactly.
So we could be seeing a Luna strat from Adroit. Anything else that would pair up quite well with the Earth Spirit Venge for combo?
Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa.
Like, I know Medusa, we haven't seen this hero at a while, but I remember a couple of days ago, Aster versus LGD. They Aster trashed LGD with the Venge and Medusa pick.
Yeah.
So I think sooner or later, this hero is going to come back in this meta.
If you want to play mid-game centric, Medusa is one of the heroes that if you give her a slight lead, you can go all the way.
She does quite well against the Terrorblade as well, right? You've got the Stone Gauge, she's got Split Shot, she can clear out the illusions quite well. She's tanky as well.
Yep.
So you could be seeing that from Adroit, depends on what we get for our next phase of bans. But we've got Neon coming back with the Chen. We're still waiting for that mid-Chen, Neon.
All right. I think both teams are going hyper aggressive this game, Chen and Venge. Interestingly, Adroit have banned out the Winter Wyvern themselves. Usually you want to pick this hero up to play against the Chen.
Yeah.
But I think because Venge, they probably locked down the Venge into post 5 already, so they don't have any role for Winter Wyvern to fit in anyways.
Yeah, and that's a dead giveaway when you ban a Winter Wyvern. It says a lot of what you want to do with this Vengeful Spirit. And if you pick the Winter Wyvern, it also reveals what your draft is
Okay, hang
meant to do.
Husky, has Mac played the Venge? I feel like we've seen him play.
I think so. I remember seeing a Venge mid.
I remember seeing, I'm not sure if it was Adroit. I feel like Mac may have played it.
Yeah, but anyway, it sounds like a Mac hero as well. The utility aura builder.
Yeah.
And we all know that that's Mac's best role.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe they're leaving it open. I mean,
Yeah.
for all we know, Mac could be playing the Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
But
that's
have
true.
we seen him play Earth Spirit?
No,
No.
not so far.
So it will be a new one for us too then.
It's gonna be a new one. I wonder if Adroit wants to fall back to their gacha pick, the bot Enigma.
True.
That could also be a thing.
We
Yeah.
haven't seen Anima in a while.
For a really long time, actually.
Right, so PL final ban for Neon, and they go for the Terrorblade again. And Magnus, all right.
Instant.
So
Magnus pick.
I think they were trying to bait in, I suppose, the Terrorblade pick. So we see what Magnus can do. You've got the reverse polarity, great way to basically catch anyone on the side of Neon if you get caught. You've got the cleave. We've got to wonder, what are you pairing up with the Magnus cleave?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Adroit pull this out against Boom Esports. They destroy AN draft with the Magnus. And this is almost the same concept. You just need to RP this TV and make sure that he goes down.
So do we start chanting Medusa now?
No,
Maybe.
Troll.
Yeah.
Troll sounds good now.
I think they are looking for a melee carry here for Adroit.
Melee carry?
Yeah,
And also deal well against the TB. I think Slug comes to mind, Troll comes to mind. Even Juggernaut could be viable with the Magnus Empower as well. But Neon Esports, they responded with a Tusk, so it's a really good pick for them to save anybody that get caught in the RP.
Yeah.
So this means your Pash is handling the Tiny at the mid lane most likely.
Actually, now that we also look at it as well, there's going to be some issues for the Magnus because there's the top figure.
Yep.
Because you now have to worry about getting the RP on a couple crucial targets. If you don't RP the Chen, you're going to get the Hand of God, the mech, whatever kind of healing item the Chen has. Tusk, if you don't get him, there's potential snowball saves. You can also maybe come in and go for Walrus Punch, prevent the skew back from the Magnus.
Yep.
And then of course you have to get the Terrorblade.
yeah. This looks like play hard, pass, and maybe a post 5 Chen. I think now the farm priority needs to shift to your mid laner. The Chen doesn't need too much to farm, I think. You just need to get those aura items to protect this TV.
Yeah, but they could go really fast as well with Cypher on the post 3 Chen. We have seen how strong he can be.
Yeah,
get the
rapid.
early mag, and then Hand of God plus mag is gonna mitigate so much damage coming off Adroit. And once again, Adroit, they don't have really good magical damage against the Terrorblade. That was their problem in the last game.
It's all physical damage again.
Yes, and all TB has to do is to get a bunch of HP item and eventually a butterfly, and that solves all the problem coming up from Adroit.
Yeah, I wonder what Adroit wants to do right now. You have a really strong core.
Black hole time. Black
is
hole.
true.
Yeah.
They don't have many heroes that can actually cancel the black hole.
Honestly,
No,
I think
not at all.
it's a good Enigma game. If they really want to go for Enigma, this is the time.
Yeah, but they can get really, really greedy though. Throw
Yeah.
Magnus, Enigma, all 3 cores wants to farm, but one incentive is, so far Neon Esports is running 1 core lineup. So all you have to do is to black hole the TV,
Yeah.
and it solves all your problems.
And
Exactly.
ooh,
Yeah.
King. Right, so this is actually a pretty good hero as well. So he's going to combo very well with the Magnus, because if you get the RP off, you get extra stun duration if you can get the Burrow Strike onto those targets that get caught.
Yep.
And also benefits from the Impaler. You can right click a bit too.
And no, he has a lot of magic damage, and he wins the lane in general against TB. You go for Sandstorm, Caustic Finale. Generally, melee cores don't like to trade against Sand King. So Adroit has a strong lane with the Sand King. They have this throw as the late game insurance. It is still a pretty greedy draft. You have these 3 cores that love to farm, but I think this Sand King can help slow the game down for Adroit.
Yeah, Sand King is going to come into this game, play the role of a tower defender. So every time Neon also wants to push the tower, you just sit there and Sandstorm and make sure that he does. Make sure that if Neon wants to kill him, they have to dive him. And when the moment Neon dive, it's Adroit's time to turn the fight. But Neon, they back their draft up with a Dazzle, so this is going to be a Dazzle plus TB combo. The Grave is always really good onto saving the TB.
Core Dazzle or Support Dazzle?
I would love to see a core Dazzle. I still think you should put this maybe
I think it's a mid Dazzle and a Chen.
Yeah.
Mid
and a Chen
Dazzle?
off lane.
Chen off
Oh my
lane.
god.
To play this.
The
Like,
heal amplification is going to be so incredibly big.
yeah, I think Dazzle right now is just good as a core. Support is just way too slow. If you put that Dazzle in a support, he's just too slow. Tiny touch support, not too bad. Even a touch Chen support isn't too bad, honestly. They have a lot of ways to do this draft, but what
and hit you, and I think that could be their lane as well.
Yeah.
Maybe the Chen post 5 as well after all.
But the good thing is, the throw is not that easy to kill. So
Yeah.
Adroit has a decent lane in both their side lanes. Middle lane, 50-50, this Magnus is not going to run into too much trouble.
Yeah. So predictions for the match. Are we looking at a 2-0, a 1-1?
It's a 2 cores lineup from Adroit versus a 1 core lineup on Neon, but we have seen how well TB can do and shine in a 1 core lineup, especially he's pairing up with the Chen, Husk, and also especially the Dazzle as well. The bad Juju is going to amplify his damage so much more. It's
I don't know, I mean Adroit pulled off their best draft. They even throw in the Sand King, which is they're the only team other than T1 to play the Sand King so far. I'm liking their draft.
Is it enough to call it a 1-1?
No, I'll give it a 1-1.
1-1?
yeah, I actually will go to Neon. Like every time, like I say, I feel like one team has a better draft, but they couldn't execute it. So right now I'm going to Neon then.
Arthur's just gonna go for Terrorblade. Alright, if there's a Terrorblade, then we know that Arthur's gonna go for the Terrorblade team.
If anyone picks anti-mage, then you know that I'm siding with the opposite one.
Oh gosh, all the hate for the anti-mage. Alright folks, thank you for the predictions. Let's jump into the game.
See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds. See you later, nerds.
So this is the game that Adroit have to win. They dropped the first game. They need this point.
They must win.
They have to absolutely get as many points as they can. And I think, if anything, if you can force a 1-1 as Adroit, you would be happy, because there's a couple of other teams, if they get 2-0, they're not moving anywhere, and there's a good chance that Adroit will be able to keep up. But for now, they've got to make sure they get this 1-1, because if they get 2-0'd, oh goodness, I'm not sure if they're going to make it.
It's a very scary scenario when everybody move on, but you stay right at your spot weeks ago.
Yeah.
All right, so seems like we are going to see a post 5 Chen. Nothing too crazy coming out from Neon.
So looking at Rappy taking the reins off that Dazzle. So we've seen Rappy play this a couple times.
Playing his best role, the backline support that enables his cores. I think this is what I love about Neon. They always play their players at their best role. It doesn't matter if it looks weird, it doesn't matter if it looks off meta, but that suits them, they're okay with it.
Yeah. The Dazzle's going to be huge too, because it means that an RP won't simply mean everyone in the RP is going to die. As long as Rappy's nearby, you're going to have the Shallow Grave. There's no axe, so there's no way of just losing someone. So yeah, Rappy's going to play a pretty big role in this game. But I think more importantly, how does Adroit sort of zone Rappy away from the team fight so that they can get those successful RPs?
Yeah, it's quite hard for them because look at that heroes. They have Yes, they have the Sand King and Osprey to go in and disrupt the Dazzle, but there's no burst damage for you to bring down the Dazzle. There are three saves potentially from Neon side: the Tusk, the Dazzle, and also the Chen. It's going to be so hard for them to burst down anyone, and if they don't do that, then TV can actually man up and clean everybody up.
Yep. It's already starting to see Bok do his Sandstorm shenanigans on that Sand King. This is pretty annoying for the Terrorblade because unfortunately TV doesn't have the best health pool starting off, but luckily he's got the meta, so he's got the range to work with for now. It looks like in that top lane though, not looking too happy on that Tusk, taking a lot of damage from the Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, so we are seeing a tri-lane versus tri-lane and they are putting Terrorblade bottom to solo the Sand King. Not sure how, if I like this, I feel like you don't really want Sand King to have a really good lane because this hero with net worth is going to cause you a lot of trouble. It's hard to bring down if he eventually gets all the utility items.
Oh, we got the stun off onto that Chen, but do they have enough damage? Oh, the heal bomb from Rappy just deletes CML. That's first blood. Gonna get Boomy as well. Oh, I just realized as well they've got the worst creep, the Harpy. Oh,
Harpy.
I hate that creep so much.
Harpy assisting Rappy. How are they going to lose that?
Oh goodness. No, seriously, that creep is such a pain in the backside. That's so much mana, so much damage as well early on. Again, they're still going. Looks like Playhard going a bit too deep there. They are trying to go for the kill. They will pick off the troll. So that's a big victory there for Neon. And they won't lose Rappy either. Although Boomy does look like he wants to chase. He's going to try and go for that Dazzle. It looks like there's going to be enough. They do. The minus armor kicking into play there. And it looks like they will get this whole Harpy Stormbringer down as well. So no more zippy zappies.
Yeah, all this action actually benefit the two supports for Android side. Look at them, they are 2.5 levels in 2.5 minutes. This is really big for both of the support, especially Osprey. He wants to have as much EXP as he can from the laning phase, and giving a big kills like that to the Osprey is going to be really dangerous for Neon.
Yeah, gotta be careful in this lane as well. I think there's always the saying in real life, it kind of applies to Dota as well, don't feed the troll. And especially in this game, if you manage to give Natsume a lot of early game farm, we know what a troll can do when he's farmed, plus has the backup from a Magnus, right?
Oh, yeah.
You get the cleave, and he just cuts through everything. And I think in particular, you've got to be worried if you're Skem because of that basically free Battle Fury on the troll. You can't hide behind all of your illusions. The TP here from Janual won't go down, unfortunately. They don't have enough damage to kill off the Chen, but Rappy's farming for free in lane, so it's alright.
The good thing is for Neon, look at the top lane, they have control of the laning phase right now. Natsumi has to constantly play at a very dangerous spot. It's very easy for Tusk and Desert to just run them down. As long as the Tusk save a point at a snowball and stopping Natsumi from TPing out, I think it's a very easy kill for them to get on the troll. So has to be really careful now.
Yep. Just gonna scare off Natsume, also throwing down the ice shards. But they're doing a pretty good job though. You can see Natsume having to play very conservatively when they start throwing spells at him, because if you overextend, we've seen what happens. But Mac, he's gonna farm in that mid lane. This Magnus doing pretty well. He's a little behind, but we know what Magnus can do once he gets farm.
The laning phase for Magnus is always pretty quiet because all he wants to do is to push out the lane and then farm NC, make sure that he skill as fast as Terrorblade, or maybe even faster than Terrorblade. But Cypher is really big in trouble here.
Yep, gonna try and TP out. They've got nothing to cancel the kick. No!
That wasn't enough.
Yep. Not enough. It's so unfortunate too.
Oh, he actually TP'd back to the tower, so
he's got a salve.
Yep,
So
it's pretty perfect for him.
More or less happy to stay in lane. But this is really a big pain in the backside. Looks like Magnus is very weak. Where is he? Is he mid-lane? Oh yeah, he's actually hiding in the corner. Looks like they managed to find CML though.
Oh, here comes the leader Leech.
Oh no, the
Slow.
Nice little kick there from Boomy. Is it going to be enough to protect CML? It looks like it will be enough. Oh, this Chen's being such a pain. I could just imagine the misery of the Adroit supports. Harpy Stormbringer, then you've got the little... What's she called? She's little ghost.
I have no idea. I'm just calling him Leader Leech.
Little Leech.
But anyways, I think this tri-lane is working really well for Neon right now. Look at the CS difference from Terrorblade and the Troll. 36 versus 21. Even though Sand King is having a really good lane, but for Terribly, I think this is the happiest outcome for him. Like, all he wants to do is to get a free lane, get free farm.
Just block coming in, stealing the creep. Just a little one with the Barrow Strike. Can he get the last hit? Oh, he didn't get it.
2 is better than 1.
Schem knows how to see us. I think that's something we can say for sure. So for Bok, he's actually looking to build a little bit tanky, but what are we going to be expecting from Bok this game?
I think he wants to be as tanky as he can. He might think Dagger would be his last choice here.
Oh, beautiful avalanche onto 3. CML just melting. Snowball under the tower, very deep to try and go for Natsume. Look at Yopaj, he wants to try and dive for that troll. They've got a TP coming in, 2 of them in fact, and I think Yopaj may have overextended. They can't get the block off onto the Tiny. Actually brought Bok in as well for this. They need to get that Tiny. They found the kick, the avalanche is there, they all have the Burrow Strike. Oh, the heal bomb coming in from Rappy. They have the damage to the RP. They're committing an RP for this Tiny, but do they have the damage? The Sandstorm will do just enough to pick them off. Bok saving the day, and they'll get Play Hard as well, who did try to save that Tiny. Oh, very deep plays, but Neon were the ones to get punished.
Yeah, once Yopaj walk into the tower for the kill on Troll, his fate is decided. He has no way out anymore. But one good thing that they can comfort themselves is that was a 4-man rotation for a droid. So this gives Terribly even more space to farm. But he's not looking to pressure the tower whatsoever though. He's walking back into NC. So that might be a little bit lost in efficiency. But right now, Schem knows that he's the one that is carrying Neon. So he's gonna play this as safe as he could. Make sure that he gets all the farm as he can. And make sure he outskill the troll by any means.
Got another engagement, looks like. Yopaj actually positioning himself to try and go up top. Are they maybe thinking of changing lanes? They've got the Sand King up top. I think they do have the Troll actually matched up against that Terrorblade down bottom, so they want to try and give Natsume a better matchup, but Troll versus Terrorblade, it's still a bit scary considering that Schem had all this free farm. There's a good chance that Schem could potentially bully out this Troll.
Yeah, but Schem says, nah, I'm not gonna play any games with you. I'm just gonna focus on farming. I think this is a very good move from Troll. Troll is like, I'm done partying with you guys. All I want to do is sit there and keep farming as well, just like what Schem does. Yep,
Yopaj wants to farm bodies as well, looking to try and go for a CML. He won't finish off the Venge, unfortunately, so it's going to be not the best time, some wasted mana, but he's got a bottle ready and got a double damage rune now. Oh, really? He wanted to take it, but now he's going to die out of the kickback.
No, he doesn't have enough level. He's only level 68 minutes.
Oh, but there is Janual, so it looks like they will have enough right-click damage to take down Boomy. So the double damage rune does get popped in the meantime, and Yopaj going to head back into that middle lane. I think he's going after the Venge again, who's trying to hide in that river. Oh, goodness. There comes the Tusk as well. Ice Shard's not going to land. They'll actually block the path, so they won't get the Venge.
Yopaj is making a lot of moves though. It seems like
it
almost sounds like he's forcing all of them.
Does it feel like it's too much?
Yeah,
or?
It does feel like it's too much. I think he might want to just grab a lane and try to get to his level 8 or level 9 as soon as possible.
Oh, here we go, Natsume being jumped on again. Yep, they will have the toss back. No TPs at all. They just left Natsume for dead there.
Alright. I guess this is what the saying is, if you try hard enough, sometimes you get lucky. Like this time he gets the biggest kill in the entire game.
This is pretty big though. Max trying to finish up this big stack of Ancients whilst Yopaj is trying to go for this Venge. The stun is there. CML going to be able to run away. Magnus comes in, skewer back, RP. Oh, that's a big commitment to get that Tiny, but that's going to stop Yopaj in his tracks, and I think CML going to feel pretty good about that one.
This is why you always finish off the supports, you know. You want to commit and get them down and make sure they die, because you don't want to get outplayed by a post 5 carrying a stick.
Yeah, but I feel like there was a very deep dive to try and go for a position 5 Venge when you're supposed to be playing the position 2 Tiny, right? Like when you kill CML, this early on your death timers are so short, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think logically it doesn't make sense at all, but you know, this is what always happens in C. All these mid players, they like to assert their dominance at the post 5 for some reason.
The poor position 5.
Yeah, CML is like, why me? Even if he gets the kill, it might not be worth it. Because Magnus is obviously farming a 3 engine stack,
Yeah.
and when he's killing a post 5 support, but
I mean, it dragged their attention down bottom right, and look up top, you've got the Terrorblade, Skem's just farming away, so maybe, I think we're just going back to the classical, what people would call tactical feeding strat, right? It might seem like you're feeding, but at the end of the day, Yopaj is actually feeding an even bigger teammate with Skem.
that's true. The last game it was Bog, and this game it was your patch.
Yep. It's like someone's got to sit back and feed the carry, right?
Someone has to do the job.
The dirty work, but it's all good. If you win at the end of the day, it's all completely worth it.
Like if you win at the end of game, that's the best time for you to type easy mid.
Oh my god.
Right, like this happens in pubs all the time.
Cannot relate.
I feed the entire match and then I win and type easy mid.
Oh goodness. Gonna smoke here. Looks like CML gonna lead the way here. Bot going to follow. Epicenter is ready if they want to use it. Oh, Scam's about to meet them in the river. They see the Terrorblade. First strike to start, and this will be an easy kill. Epicenter, they don't have Brave. Oh, Rappy, he was on the high ground. Has he got Brave skills?
Yes, he does, but I believe that was a level 1 Brave.
Ah, so it's a bit too far away. Looks like Yopaj comes in again. Just toss CML. That poor vengeful spirit's just been constantly harassed by the tiny, the tree. Oh, it's not enough. The Venge's still alive, and now Yopaj gonna have to make a Grand Theft Auto here because he's of course gonna get punished by 3. Roll, will connect. Beautiful connections there from Boomy, and Yopaj will get punished for bullying the support.
The vision from the droid is everything to set up all these kills. We saw them smoking to the cliff and instantly put down an ops on the hill, and that was what allows them to get to the dazzle. And the high ground wall was also what it gave them to get to the tiny. So this is 3 cores getting killed by from Neon. So a lot of time has been set back for them. TV needs to be more careful right now in walking at the river, because there's no getting back or getting out if you get caught at the river.
Yeah, especially with all that vision around the river as well. They do know where the Terrorblade is, I believe, is just getting pinged out there by the Magnus. Heads back up top. Oh, maybe Mac wants to set up for Scam, but he's all alone. There's no way this Magnus could solo kill Scam.
Yeah, you need a +1 for you to kill Scam there. I think most like you want to have the Osprey with the silence as well. Unfortunately, Osprey is sitting at mid trying to defend the tower, also soak up some leftover resources.
Yeah. Neon doing such a good job at creating space. You can see that Adroit, they really want to kill the Terrorblade, but you've got to constantly just worry about where the Tiny is he bullying CML again? Where's that Dazzle? They need to shut down the Dazzle as well, because you know how big of a role Rappy's going to play with getting those Braves.
That is true. Like Tiny is always throwing his body into the jungle of the droid, and now Juno is doing the exact same thing as well.
Yep.
Like, he's like, okay, it's okay guys. My TV is farming. It doesn't matter if I die. My army is still in the game. And Yopaj is trying to be really aggressive again.
Yeah, do they have a way to gap close with the Tiny though? He is fast. Yeah, looks like he will be able to just roll on out of there.
It's been a very quiet early game for Neon.
It has really been a quiet game, but to be completely fair though, I don't think they really feel pressured, right? And Scam's not struggling at all with farming. He's not getting bullied out of the lanes. He's more or less free farming. He's almost got his Manta style. So he's on track for his farm.
Yeah, I think Tiny is the one that's worrying right now, because he hasn't gotten too many successful rotations. And look at his net worth right now. Like Tiny is a hero that if you couldn't get kills, you are going to fall down. You are going to fall off, and his difference between him and the Magnus is already pulling so far apart.
Yeah. Looks like the Troll's going to start working on that tower in the middle lane as well. It was clipped though, but a TP coming in from the back lines. Yopaj is there.
I heard a swap.
Looks like in the jungle. Do they try and use it on the Tusk? They are going to try and go for that kill. Play hard, the skewer, that's going to be enough to kill the Tusk. Again, this time they tried to go for the Avatar onto the Sand King, but looks like that wasn't enough either. And now we're starting to see some limitations here from Yopaj on that Tiny, because he's under-leveled. He's not able to burst heroes down. The Grave will just be enough to keep that Dazzle alive. He's going to go for another... Oh! they got the RP off onto the Chen. All right, so they really wanted to guarantee that kill. Mac will finish off the Chen as well. We're losing a lot of heroes. They didn't lose the Dazzle. And I'm surprised that Skem's decided to stuck around. But I guess it's fine.
Oh, wait.
Once again,
Mac?
yeah, they're probably going to look for Mac here. He's got Skewer or not. Looks like he won't have it. Oh, he skewers the Tusk with him. And that's going to be it.
Ah, interesting. Mac is just casually hanging around there, especially around the tier 1 tower. And I think this is a tier 1 tower for Scam to take.
Yeah, especially with the Metamorphosis. It will go down way too quick. They've got no RP either. They used it for a Chen. They got no Epicenter as well. I believe that was also used to
CML is
fight.
dead.
Won't be too good to lose CML here unless maybe he tries to go for a swap onto Boomy, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. They have a Burrow Strike, but doesn't really do anything. So tower goes down, it ends up being an equal trade.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a big win for Android, but until Mac decided to hang around at the mid tower and get killed, and then they lost a tier 1 tower for that, I think after all, this is a big win for Neon.
It does feel like a big win for Neon because they don't feel hard-pressed to try and put pressure on the map anymore. Because if you take a look at Adroit are very passive themselves. So do you think maybe Adroit are saying that, oh, it's fine, you can have the Terrorblade, we're just going to out-farm you because you have Troll Magnus?
Yeah, I think that's the approach with the Magnus anyways. It's just that I feel like they have to be playing more disciplined. Like just now the fight right here, TB has the pop meta. He wasn't getting any kills until Mac decided to show up there and then feed the kill away, and then it turns into a tower push for Neon. It's not supposed to happen. The TB wasn't supposed to get anything out of the meta. So I think after all, Adroit just have to fix their own play. They have to be more disciplined when it comes to the next team fight.
Yeah. So back to farming as well. The game is paused as well. Looks like someone may have some internet issues here, but we will get this unpaused in a moment. But in the meantime,
look at the network chart. TB is already pulling ahead of both the Magnus and the Troll by a very good lead, 3k.
I mean, this is what happens when you're playing single core, right? He gets all the farm on the map. You can see that because Yopaj is constantly roaming, he's not even farming the jungle. So all that farm is going into the Terrorblade. We've already seen what happens in the first game, but now he's got even more backup. It's not just Pugna with items, you're worrying about a Dazzle who can also pick up items, right?
And also the Chen with the heal as well.
Absolutely. And they've also even got the Tusk as well with the Snowball. There's so many defensive mechanisms to protect Scam that it's going to just be really tough to penetrate into Neon. The only thing they do need to worry about if you're on the side of Neon is grouping up. Because of course the RP factor, RP sets up for the Troll, and with the Cleave as well, it's going to be an easy takedown of some of those squishies if they get caught in the RP. But it all comes down to whether or not the Magnus can land the RPs.
Yeah, and if we think forward to the team fight in the next 10 to 15 minutes, it's so easy for Neon to play the team fight because all they have to do is to defend the Terrorblade and make sure he stays alive in the team fight. But a Droid side, you have to go for the Dazzle, you have the RP, TB +1 or +2. You have to potentially worry about the Spling Snowball save from Tusk as well. So execution-wise, it's so hard for a Droid to do everything perfectly. So this is one of the big challenge for a Droid. They have to kind of break apart the formation of Neon.
They were hoping they could get Scam by himself, but he's got backup. There's a lot of heroes there on the side of Neon up top.
Yeah, this is like in this timing right now, Scam doesn't want to play split push anymore. He wants to play with his team. It's time for Neon to group out right now, so it's even harder for a Droid to find any openings for them to solo kill, for them to get TB when he's solo.
And you can see that Scam wants to fight too because his next item after getting the Sanj Manta style, he's going straight for BKB.
Yeah, he definitely needs it.
So he knows that he's going to be fighting very soon. So if he can finish that before these engagements happen, it's going to be huge. Of course, we're going to have to say this again. There's two ways to really disrupt that BKB, right? There's that swap from the Venge, and then you've also got to worry about the RP. But those are the only two factors you have to worry about if that BKB is up. Otherwise, he's free reign in these team fights.
Yeah, a Droid right now, they have to think how to kill Terrorblade fast before his supports can notice and react to that. I think one way to do it is to swap him into a very deep position and then kill him off.
Janual might be dead here if they can get yep. Spotted Burrow Strike, instantly dead. There goes Janual. But it's better than Scam. Unless Scam decides to stick around, which he is. His team's in the middle lane. Are they trying to scare him off with Yumi?
You almost feel like he's daring.
Epicenter, they've got the RP. Do they have the damage? They have enough. Scam goes down. And now it's going to be Adroit controlling the flow of the game. They found the toss. They met him up as well. There's the snowball going to land off onto that Earth Spirit. The snowball, will it connect? Though Avatos onto the Earth Spirit. Looks like he's going to go down to Yopaj in the back line. Meanwhile, up front though, Skem's come back and everyone's retreated. They've lost the supports on the side of Adroit, but they've managed to keep their cores.
They want to do Roshan right now. There's no RP, there's no epicenter.
Snowball's there, has to secure it out of there. Looks like the snowball won't be connecting at all, but look at Yopaj, he's hunting for that Magnus. Looks like they will be able to get him as well. Nice little pickup. Magnus is gone. No buyback as well.
Free Roshan for Scam.
A bit slow, but
That was a bit scary because Scam was literally just farming there and daring Adroit to come in.
maybe they wanted it. Maybe they said just use all your spells. They have big cooldowns because after that you can't contest Roche.
Yeah, but one thing is TB definitely didn't want to pay his life there. I think his teammate connect a little bit slow, but you couldn't blame them. Dazzle doesn't have Blink Dagger, Tusk doesn't have a Blink Dagger as well.
And Yopaj wasn't anywhere near the fight as well.
No.
He came in much later. But at the end of the day, they may have lost a couple heroes up front. They still get the Aegis. So now they've got to worry about killing Scam twice if you're Adroit.
Yep. But then again, I think Adroit, they are okay with this because Terrapin is not exactly the best hero to carry an Aegis. After you take him down the first time, when he wakes up, he wouldn't have another meta.
He can't 1v1 a troll.
No, especially the Battle Trance. There's no way for Neon to effectively shut down the Battle Trance throw, especially after he gets BKB.
Yep, so it's now time for Natsumi to shine, considering that he had such a tough first game.
Yep. You have to shine here, especially you pick Throw with the Magnus. You are supposed to shine.
Oh, looks like they managed to find Boomy here. Oh, they will be able to grab that kill with all those creeps. And King's here, Epicenter to boot. They really want to kill Yopaj. The Hand of God gets used. Avalanche actually stopping them from the connections. They won't get that Tiny at all. The turnaround is there. Oh, the center stops. They actually managed to stunlock the Magnus. They will get the Brave off onto Play Hard. They managed to kill off the Magnus in the process. 3 heroes are dead though on the side of Neon, and they've got a little bit too deep. Yopaj is going down as well. Ooh, it's not what you were looking for, and Skim was thinking of joining too, but now on a hot retreat.
Yeah, I think Neon has to be really careful with this kind of fight because they don't want to be the one forcing fights because TB is a very slow hero. You want to be fighting around the TB. You don't want to be chasing too much further because TB, obviously, he doesn't have good mobility for him to do that. He's slow when he pops his mana, so you want to play around the TB. You don't want TB to be chasing you. And Adroit, they have been finding really good openings for themselves in picking off left and right, especially when TB and his teammates are separated apart.
A lot of the itemization coming out from Scam. He's actually gone for the God King build. So he's got his Manta style and the Heaven's Halberd. The Halberd going to be so helpful against the Troll, and if not the Troll, even the Magnus, right? Magnus will start hitting hard as the game gets later on.
Especially Magnus doesn't build anything that gives him standard resistance, so that Halberd is going to be having a full duration on the Magnus.
Chinese. Smoke. Oh, who are they going to find? They found Natsumi, and Sanking is here though. Can they actually protect him? He won't just be able to run away, but Yopaj actually trying to see if he can cut in from the right side, but Boomy has spotted out the Tiny, so the Troll will be able to get on out. They even come in with the Terrorblade as well. Vengeful Spirit, the first one to go down. We've got to pause. It looks like someone is lagging. Oh, it's Scam.
Ooh, Natsumi managed to get his Battle Trance off, and he just got his fresh BKB as well.
Does he turn? Oh, there's no way he turns around here.
He turned. I mean, he turned, but I think that's a good way for him to survive. If he wants, he can, after the Battle Trance, he can BKB and get off. He's gonna heal up now.
Would he be worried about Play Hard coming in? Because Play Hard is awfully close.
But at least he wouldn't die during the Battle Trance, so I think there's still ways to play it out, and Scam is very far away from Troll so far.
Is Scam near Play Hard? Is there a chance if the snowball is on cooldown, Play Hard snowballed in with Scam?
Oh, that could happen.
Can we click on the Play Hard observer, please? Okay, we'll find out now. No snowball.
No snowball,
okay,
alright.
so that's not going to happen.
Oh, he's shooting so much!
Oh, replicated! They actually forced off in and actually got the grave off. Natsumi is at full HP though. They will get the tiny RP on Jitsu. But I think he used the grave earlier, so he won't have that available at all to protect Scam. That's going to be the Aegis usage as well. Oh, the Tusk goes down. And also Rappy going to try and go for the quick getaway. He's sticking around though. Does he have a grave available? There's no way he reaches Scam. He will manage to get off the ultimate, but it's just not going to be enough. It looks like Neon, they have overextended.
They had. What a great RP coming out from Magnus, catching 2 of them. And this is the power of Troll versus Terrorblade. As a Terrorblade, you don't have any power to man fight against the Troll.
Radiant's middle
Oh my goodness.
And the heal as well from Natsumi. He had the casual Morbid Mask for him, that's why he's healing so much. And also BKB, I think that was a very wise choice. He was initially getting a basher, but then I think he must have had the very...
no, the mistakes made here. Playhard going to go down. They've actually got the heals off there onto Yopaj. They turn around, they're going for it. Oh goodness, they've actually killed off Natsumi. That's huge. They shouldn't have lost the troll there at all. And they're also going to lose the Sand King. Adroit. Oh goodness, did they just toss everything that they worked hard for away?
This is such a C Dota. Like every time you see one team gets a win, they immediately charge downwards and try to get the tower, but they forgot that they don't have their ultimates up. They don't have their BKB up.
No, they actually tried to roll out there with the Earth Spirit, but Boomy just gets cut off by Yopaj. Oh, I think things are going downhill.
I don't know what to say anymore, right? they find themselves such a big win, and then they just give it all the way back to Neon. Like, fortunately for them, Scam is still in the graveyard, so he didn't get anything out of the kills. Otherwise, the TB was gonna be so much bigger. But then again, this is stopping Adroit's tempo.
Seems like, I don't know, it feels like Adroit, after that win, maybe getting a bit too overconfident, they just got very sloppy. There was no reason for them to lose Natsumi there.
No reason at all.
No, I'm not sure if his BKB was...
His BKB was 2 seconds away.
Was it still on cooldown, right?
Yeah, it was still on cooldown. Battle Trance was on cooldown as well. I think if you really want to get the tower, at least you hit the tower from a range form.
Yeah.
So you have some sort of space for you to disengage for a bit.
Maybe even have the Vengeful Spirit. Where was the Vengeful Spirit? Was CML...
I have no idea. He wasn't there.
It was very strange not to have everybody there. It looks like the 10 Creek is going to be a big pain in the backside here.
Army.
Slowly killing them off. Oh, we almost got them there. I think Bok wanted to play.
Oh, Natsumi popped his BKB and Battle Trance.
Onto Yopaj of all people.
Root? No root?
No root, still going. And we've seen how fast Yopaj can be. Oh, Natsumi. Oh, he can't get that tiny. Yopaj is doing such a good job at just being a nuisance.
The RNG is not in favor of Troll. It was
Not at all. Ooh, managed to grab the tower there. There's the Avalanche. BKB gets popped there onto Mac. He's going to hang on. He doesn't have the RP available yet, but they have the setup there with the Sand King. Toss. Oh, beautiful virus fight. Connects onto 2. Rappy as well, but here comes Skem from the backlines. But here comes Ruby rolling in from the backlines from the Earth Spirit. Do they have enough to kill off that Terrorblade? He will manage to get his health back to full. Rappy constantly getting disrupted, has no mana. The magnetize, the disarm, it's working in favor of the Terrorblade. He must kill. Natsumi will just survive. He has the HP, but no, he will eventually go down. But at the end of the day, they got the big bad Terrorblade and no buybacks on any of these dead heroes.
Yep. But the strongest pushing power Troll is down now, so I doubt Adroit can get anything out of this except for some vision. But that was a very close fight. Unfortunately, Natsumi didn't have the Battle Trance there, so he didn't get to heal up. He didn't have the BKB as well. So maybe this is why you don't want to pop those ultimates, risking for a kill. But nevertheless, Adroit played that fight really well. And this feels like a 50-50 game after all. Especially Magnus is getting really good farm, Troll as well. And don't forget that they are playing a 2-core lineup versus a 1-core lineup. So it's always going to favor the 2-core lineup.
Yeah, so we got a quickening chance that gets ticked up as well. We'll see who gets that one.
A Sub-Cuirass on Magnus very soon. So that's going to be their damage mitigation against the Bad Juju, against the Terrorblade.
Do you think he'll buy that out, or would he want to save for buyback?
Depends on what happens next for the next couple of minutes. Maybe they want to save the buyback for Roshan, or maybe he can farm enough for him to afford the assault plus the buyback. It all depends to the Roshan timing right now.
Yep. We'll see in a minute what happens with that Roche.
But seems like he wants to buy out though. He has already bought out the Hyperstone.
Yeah, maybe this is the fight they're saying. It's like, okay guys, we need our items now, we need to win this next team fight. But this is so risky though, because we can, I think we haven't seen it yet, but we can always imagine what happens if they just don't manage to disrupt those backline supports, right? You've got to always consistently think, what happens if the Tusk gets a roll off? What happens if the Grave comes off from Rafi? What happens when the Hand of God connects from Janual? Is that going to be enough to keep Scam alive? And of course, if Scam's alive, he's the one doing all the damage. And then we've also seen Yopaj come in, constantly just harassing CML, being a nuisance to Natsume.
Yeah, interestingly, we have been seeing how strong Terrorblade can be when his supports are around, but we haven't seen that at all this game. We haven't seen a full final team fight coming out from Neon. Most of the time, they are getting split apart.
Oh, looks like Bok's going to be able to spot out Janual here. The double Sensor is actually stunning up the Sand King. Oh, the beautiful connection! It's on you too! It's Scan there as well! Oh no, they've lost 3 right off the bat. Neon!
See you later,
There's no way they salvage this fight. They need to get out of there.
What a beautiful play from Magnetis. He blinks, skewer in the TV into Tusk, and then snowball them. And then RP them together, so there's no snowball saves coming out from the Tusk. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. The connections.
Like Adroit is doing so well in separating the supports coming out from Neon. It almost feels like Neon is also giving them the openings for them to do that. Because Neon, we really haven't seen any protection to the TV at all this game. Like at Neon, they have to be really worried right now. It's all coming to their own execution.
And I think Assault Crass got bought out on the Magnus as well, so they got that working for them, helping out the Troll. Look how quickly this tower is
Monkey King Bar also completed our throw as well, so doesn't have to worry about the evasion anymore from TV.
Yep. Extra damage for the Troll as well. Oh, this is getting very scary now. Because I think we've mentioned this multiple times. The Terrorblade, he is strong, but the lineup itself is one-dimensional.
Yes, very one-dimensional.
So it's really up to positioning-wise, it's up to Neon to make sure that they just keep Scam alive. But you have to give props to Adroit. They've just done such a good job at weaving through the lineup, avoiding Scam, but going for all these defensive supports and just killing them before the fight even begins. That's going to be the Aegis. Onto the Troll.
Paladin Sword on throw as well. We haven't mentioned this. Paladin Sword plus the Morbid Mask that's gonna...
So much
There's
life
no
steal.
way Terrorblade can man fight this guy. You have to make sure you pop the Spirit Wrestler onto the Troll. But then again, he has to be KP.
Oh no, the Chen, he just wanted to go into the jungle.
I think 3 times in a row, Chen has been the one that's getting caught out before the team fight even started. And 10 seconds away from the RP.
Oh, they found the Tusk, they have vision. It looks like they will just be able to catch him with the Spirit. Rolls in. Easy pickings there so far for Adroit. Adroit are playing to win.
They are. It seems like Neon has been crumbling. Oh, it's very hard for
wait,
Terrorblade to
Bok?
solo carry this game anymore.
Does Bok know? Are they going to check the tree line? Scam is right there.
He's gonna send a, alright, instantly TP out.
They will send the illusion out. I have a feeling they're going to try and scout out the trees. Nah, it looks like they probably just guessed it was an illusion. It's the TP. Right, so Scam's fine for now, but this is such an uphill battle for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I feel like Neon hasn't been playing too united. They are all scattered apart around the map. They haven't... Normally you want the Chen to be the backline, but most of the time Chen was the first one to get down before the team fight even happens. I think one last hurrah for Neon, for them to unite, is the high ground defense. This is where you fully execute the potential of the Terrorblade because you are forced to be surrounding the Terrorblade when it comes to high ground defense.
Oh, they know where Rafi is! Oh, that's going to be the dazzle!
He's dead.
Oh, he's definitely dead. No grave for him. He's off the map for more than a minute. Oh, that's a big opening.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the drive pushed to the network from a 9k goal lead to 18k goal lead in 5 minutes of time.
I'm loving this change of play style from Adroit. Just playing hyper aggressive, and they know the limitations. It felt like last game they were compelled to make the moves, but they didn't realize how far they could go, and they would overstep their boundaries, and they just gave whatever advantage they had back to Neon. But now it seems like they know the limits, they grab the kills, and they raid it back a bit.
And also I love how much impact Bog can have on his team. Whenever he has the good lane, whenever he has the right hero.
When he has a high impact support hero, right? Not support hero, but I guess like initiator. Because the Dark Tier, you could see that if he had the correct backup with him, if he had the Ice Path from a Jakiro, or if he had a Barrier Strike from a Sand King, any kind of follow-up would have been great. Looks like the Magnetize just to scare off that Terrorblade and Tiny.
Oh, that was a fresh meta though. So this is time Adroit.
Oh, they want to fight now. Januel going to be dead again, so no Hand of God for this upcoming team fight. Oh!
That was so close.
Oh, fraction of a second. Oh, I'm very sure Scam had a heart attack too. I may have been.
Oh my god, he has to pray after this. I mean, that was so
We might
close.
have to pause the game to just have a moment to pray. It was.
I think if he died there, that was game, because he's gonna die without meta. But right now, he doesn't have meta, so this is the time Adroit wants to attack.
Oh, absolutely.
He bought out as well, so he's gonna defend his high ground without meta, without buyback.
I don't think you have a choice.
This might come back to haunt him though.
He's got BKB, so maybe he's banking on the fact that a lot of the damage that they're using to kill him off, of course it's from the troll, but he also has to mitigate the epicenter damage, it's going to mitigate the Magnetize, so maybe it's enough to keep him alive, and Rappy can come in to protect him, the Tusk can come in with the Snowball, and then maybe we get the turnaround. But of course, a lot of these are maybes, it's not a certainty.
And most importantly, he has to be magic immune for him to do damage. So I love his BKB pick up by TV. I think
you have to hope it's enough though, because there's so many things that can go through that BKB.
I'm worried though, looking at his HP pool, he has 2.3k HP. It feels like it's so
squishy.
so squishy, so burstable for the Troll and the Magnus. Like imagine right now if they have a high ground ward, Magnus going RP him, skewing him out, and he's dead. There's no saving for him.
Avalanche onto Natsumi, but he is healing up with all that life steal.
Oh, toss back?
Toss back.
Alright, no, but that's a toss out.
Just playing safe. If they try and toss him in, I'm not sure if that would be very nice. Might be a bit too chaotic.
Oh, Silver Edge.
So what's the Silver Edge supposed to break? Or is it just
honestly nothing much, but it's just a nature upgrade from Acoustic nowadays after the change.
Yeah.
Also, Shadow Blade gives you some really good attack speed as well, mobility as well. It looks very nature on Magnus.
Escape mechanism really well, I suppose. Oh, hang on. Looks like we're having a bit of a fight there. We actually missed out on the Chen getting kicked off. Rolling forward there, we have Boomy to set up the fight. They're still trying to jump off the stem, but where is everyone? It's just him and the Sand King actually went in forward. It's the Magnus by himself. He already used the RP as well. The Boris track to follow. That's going to be the Dazzle going down. Scam, BKB, man fighting. And now everyone on the side of Adroit. Now on the retreat. The Troll coming back in. Oh, he just beating down the Troll. The Tusk with the Snowball. They're going to turn around. That's going to the Venge. There's no swap at all. But now it's just the Tiny. And the Terrorblade is down. No buybacks. Oh, goodness. It wasn't enough. The saves were there, but it just seems like Terrorblade by himself, it's just not enough.
Especially Neon threw all the damage to the Magnus, and eventually King him with a very incredible save that was clutch as well. So there were no more spells left from Neon's side for the Troll. BKB was finished as well from the TV. So Natsumi found a really perfect timing for him to penetrate into the team fight and just clean up. And right now, without 3 buybacks from Neon, I think this is Adroit might have. They could go for the Throne as well, honestly. They're just neglecting all the backdoor protection because Throne is obviously so big right now with the Empower. They have 2 cores that deal a lot of physical damage, so power damage is not a problem at all for them.
And they got 30 seconds left. I think that's more than enough time to try and take down all these racks. So I think they're also picking up on this that, hey guys, Terrorblade doesn't have buyback. Let's just clean up the whole base.
Yep.
Because Terrorblade's the only one that can actually clear the creeps.
See you later, nerd.
There's no wave clear from feel inside. But yeah, their drop is designed to play ahead, not from behind. So this is gonna be mega creeps for Android.
See you later, nerd.
Looking to be 1-1 so far, but of course, there's always the chance of a comeback happening. And of course, we know what that chance is called. It's a Divine Rapier. Can Scam afford a Divine Rapier?
Like looking at his net worth right now, I don't think he has. He didn't have to go for buyback, so Divine Rapier is very far from him.
All it takes is one team fight.
That's true.
Gotta have some faith. It could be the turnaround.
I think it takes about 3 to 4 minutes for him to farm a Divine. But
He's
even
got
if
Biscotti.
even if he has the Divine, he wouldn't have money for buyback. So it is a possibility. It's just very, very hard for him.
Yeah.
But right now, he has to find the money for Divine first. Step by step, you have nothing to lose right now at this point.
I don't think he's got anything to lose, right? All the creeps are going to be walking their way down to the Neon side of the base. It's really up to Adroit on when they want to finish, and it looks like they might be poisoning themselves. Yeah, they got the toss back, but can they kill off Boomy? Or beautiful shot by the Mental Spirit. CML coming in to protect the Earth Spirit. If he dies here, he's done his job. It's fine. He actually swapped himself out of there, actually sending Natsumi in, which of course the troll is tanky.
I thought they want to turn there by swapping them.
Oh, the toss. Very risky. You have to give props to Yopaj for making these plays. Very ballsy. Scam is outside the base. They've got Rappi on the high ground. There's no way he can get a grave from out here. Beautiful Burrow strike to cancel the grave. And looks like Scam going down all on his own. The GG. Asteroid, big improvement over game 1.
This is their pocket strat, man. Mac on Magnus. Played so well in the last fight. The short wave into skewer back, and then splitting the TV from the save of Neon. It just feels.
get you out of my mind. It's like I feel it for the first time. Been thinking about you all night. I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? For the wrong guys, they keep telling me it's alright. How could I be so blind? I've been searching for this all my life. You're just my type. I've been looking for a boy who can treat me right. Your dark hair with those eyes so bright. They look into my soul and it sparks my life. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? Back to when we felt like this was forever. Can I take you there? Like it was the first time, do you remember? Can I take you there? You're all I need. Can I take you there? Can I take you there? Take you there. reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and to my grave. 'Cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only
Below, follow all of the instructions, fill in the survey, and you'll be in the running to win a lovely mouse to pair with your Omen laptop. And not just that, if you are in the mood to win some more things, we've got a feature match happening this Sunday, and you guys will be given the opportunity to predict what the outcome is. If you're correct with your prediction, then you'll be in the running to win a $100 Steam gift card. So make sure you follow all the information in the banner below. Get your predictions in before Sunday because it closes Saturday night. Okay, I don't care if it's a minute after. If it's Sunday, it's closed. So you have until Saturday. I'm telling you now. I'm warning you. If you don't enter, I'll be very disappointed.
Yep, and since there are so many things to follow, why not take the opportunity to also follow One Esports on their social media, on our Twitch, YouTube, and of course Twitter at One Esports to keep up to date with all our live streams and of course updates regarding Dota 2 and this Southeast Asia League in general. And whenever you share our posts, do remember to use the hashtag OneDota2 to get a really cute emoticon on Twitter. You definitely don't want to miss that.
Yeah, last but not least, if you are liking my t-shirt here, this is the One Esports merchandises. So make sure you visit shop.oneesports.gg and make sure you purchase with the code CDOTA10 with some and you have some 10% discount. That's very sweet. And that being said, draft is ready and we'll dive right into that.
Let's go. So we've already actually got a couple heroes on the board there. We've got a Marana as well as a Quap for both sides.
Yeah, Quap has always been a favorite hero for GEEK fam. You can play this hero on 3 different positions. Zephyr plays it. Also Cuckoo plays as well. Of course, Carl.
Yeah, I think for GEEK fam, they have been finding a lot of success with this Queen of Pain, and Ember Spirit is also one of the picks that they really love. So not a big surprise that they picked it up. Lone Dray ban out. Of course, this is against T1. They always have this Lone Dray to fall back to. They pick up the Mars, super strong opening from their team. Of course, respect ban of that Nature's Prophet. We saw what GEEK fam did with NP against New Esports. They absolutely crushed them last week. So far, nothing too unorthodox from both teams just yet.
Yeah, a lot of elusive hero, Mirana, Ember Spirit, Quap. We are going to see a lot of chasing, a lot of team fight this game.
So I know a lot of teams, when Mars first came out, I think teams were kind of experimenting with him, and then there was a hot spot where Mars was the hot pick, right? He was always picked, he was always banned. But then what kind of happened with Mars as a hero overall? Why did teams sort of just forget about Mars? Did he just not function according to the meta, or were there just other offlaners that were typically better?
I think ever since Ursa has been such a strong hero, people are not picking Mars at all because you don't really want to pick a hero that can only stand on the lane against Ursa, right? So people go for heroes that can cut creeps, heroes that can do more stuff, that's more dimensional to play. But unfortunately, Mars is very one-dimensional in terms of laning phase.
Yeah. Well, we've seen, was it Fnatic? They actually ran Moon mid, right?
Yeah.
With the Mars. How did you actually feel like Mars would behave in the mid lane? Do you feel like he sort of did well as a mid hero, or was that just a one-time kind of deal?
I think Mars in general is a strong laner, but he did receive a couple of nerfs throughout the patches since his release that slightly dampened his power in lane, because back then he has low mana cost, he has high base damage, high ratio, so they kind of nerfed that a bit. They also increased his mana cost, which gave him even more mana problems, even with the Soul Ring. But I think his his ability to frontline and provide that area control is still there.
It's just that I'm worried. Normally, people don't pick Mars in such an early lane phase because there's a lot of weakness to your Mars. Ember generally is a good laner. If you want to put Ember on the post 1, it does very well against Mars. And Mars is not exactly a good hero in shutting down Ember as well. There's a lot of way to get out of the Arena of Blood unless he's thinking of going for use of use Scepter.
Yeah.
Then you use Scepter, then that is a very good setup for himself and also for the arrow to come in.
Yeah, we've seen that play from, was it Fnatic that pulled it out? I remember there was a game where Mars went use Scepter, and that solved all the problems. He just used someone up, spear them into an object or a terrain. Now you have Mirana, a natural use buyer. It frees up that use space for Mars, and he can go for other items.
Now we want to look at Jakiro. If this is TNC, instantly Jakiro.
This is Jakiro. That's a Mars Jakiro right there. If this is RR, Jakiro. So
That's true.
So maybe T1 might want to consider the Jakiro.
Yep.
Provides a lot of area control for them. Playing with the Mars Mirana, the Shaker also isn't too bad.
Yeah, right now any kind of heroes that comes in with any follow-up stuns is really good for T1, especially against the elusive hero. Like it forces Ember or the Quap to buy BKB if they are core, of course. And they'll ban out the Troll, another hero that does really well against Mars, but they are letting the Ursa go. Like,
I haven't really seen teams prioritize Ursa lately.
that is true. I feel like ever since NP got buffed so hard, NP has been the go-to choice against Ursa, and also Venomancer is always in the pool.
And maybe, do you think it also could be the fact that Halberd is actually being more, like, utilized more?
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, and also you have the Orchid. The Chip Orchid is just making Ursa's life so hard. Yeah, I think Ursa is still a good hero, but teams are finding more and more ways to deal with him.
Oh, Earth Spirit.
So maybe there's a chance he's going to become a niche hero that you sort of pick up as last two to surprise the enemy.
Yeah, that,
Yeah, kind of. People are more inclined to pick like your Troll, Spectre, Terrorblade, Luna. Ursa is being pushed down the ranks.
Alright, this is the GEEK fam favorite, White Mon on the Disruptor. That's pretty good against elusive hero like mobility hero like the Spirit and Mirana as well. I think we might be seeing a mid Spirit here because I was watching in your dreams stream during our break and he was playing a lot of Spirit.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and I think T1, if this Spirit is mid, Mars is definitely an offlane core. They can consider a Snapfire. The only problem right now is the Disruptor. You don't really want to keep thinking about fighting in the arena of blood. Disruptor is kind of a direct counter to that.
Yeah. Is there any way that they might be able to put some pressure onto the Disruptor lane? Because another way to sort of deal with the Disruptor instead of waiting for mid-game is that bringing the fighting to a Disruptor. Because Disruptor can't stand his ground. He needs to be chasing. He can't afford to be chased.
Nyx Assassin is a good answer to GEEK fam's lineup. You have Ember, you have Disruptor to deal with. Disruptor is strong because you have the Thunder Strike. You can constantly harass someone out. But if you have someone like a Nyx Assassin, high base regen, can easily trade Disruptor, you don't have to worry. But Oracle also isn't too bad.
Yeah, Oracle Fixed Addict is already going to be great in mitigating the damage coming out of Static Storm. So anyone that get caught in the Static Storm can either be False Promise or Faced Edict. And there has a potential for Oracle to save 2 players that are getting caught in the Static Storm. So I think it's a perfect pick here for T1.
I think you can purge off the Thunder Strike, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you can also purge off the Thunder Strike. So now it's just kind of pointless to spam Thunder Strike in an Oracle lane.
Yeah, but you have to put the Oracle onto the Disruptor lane though.
Yeah.
But most of the time, these 2 heroes are the post 5. They are not going to be playing against each other in the same lane. So that's one possibility. We'll see if T1 wants to put Oracle to face off the Disruptor. I think that's a good point though. It's just like Disruptor early game, his biggest strength is the Thunder Strike, right?
It's the Thunder Strike,
so removing that is going to be a big win.
Alright, so Spectre is going to be making an appearance here for GEEK fam. Now, considering that maybe you want to have your Oracle matched up against the Disruptor, what are your thoughts on maybe an aggressive tri-lane here for T1 to pressure the Spectre lane? Do you feel like they have to?
I don't feel like they have good heroes for tri-lane.
Yeah, I think you just go back to the traditional 2-1-2. Just get your cores out of the lane, and then you kind of think of how to deal with the Spectre.
Because most of the time, when you are playing against a Spectre lineup, an anti-mage lineup, you want to be shutting down his teammates and not him.
Because I find it peculiar that if you let the Spectre lane go, you're technically letting the Disruptor go as well.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Then you have this Ember and Quap. This Quap can very well still be a post 4.
Yeah, GEEK fam, their only obvious heroes right now and roles right now is the Spectre and the Disruptor. I think they are keeping their lineup very well in this grid. It's very hard for T1 to identify who are the lanes that are easiest to exploit from GEEK Fam.
Speaking of exploit, if you're T1, maybe you'd want to be looking at exploiting the lack of lockdown for GEEK Fam, because so far if you're looking at hard CC, they've only got the chains from the Ember, and then you've got the glimpse from the Disruptor, and that's about it. They don't really have any hard lockdown.
Yeah, they can come up with a hero that is super strong with BKB. I think having a BKB is a big win against GEEK Fam. Static Storm chain is not going to do anything to the BKB target.
What role are we looking at here? What's this Mirana going to be?
There's still a possibility that T1 plays it as a core.
Yeah, Mirana is still possible here. In Your Dream plays that hero we all know.
Yeah, they can also play it as a Miracle Mirana and pick In Your Dream hero last. And his gotcha pick has been the Invoker so far. Invoker isn't... It's okay, I guess, against GEEK Fam.
There's one hero
Slark?
that destroys the Viper. Destroy the spec? It's called a Viper.
Yes, destroys them.
Oh my god.
There goes the element of surprise.
Oh my gosh, of course you're thinking of Viper.
Yeah, I'm constantly thinking of Viper now.
Is that wrong? Or Spirit or Silver Edge carrier.
Goodness.
Yeah, I think Slug is still good, but
I only mentioned Slark because you are very fond of Slark against the Spectre matchup. Anyways, yeah.
Viper is the most, like, he's a built-in break mechanic.
built-in Silver Age, right?
Or you can go for Doom.
I thought Viper is also the built-in ego destroyer.
Yeah.
Yes.
You put me on Viper, how dare you?
The only thing is T1 they have a 10k mid player in Your Dream, so nah, Viper is not in the choice
I
anymore.
mean, you can give him Doom is also not bad, but Doom you need some time to get to your agonyms.
Viper is only viable for the teams that their mid player is not 10k. That's the only reason for them to not play Viper. Oh, you're not 10k, you play Viper.
As long as they don't. GEEK Fam stole the Doom away. Okay, that is all right.
Just
Damn, there's so many ways for GEEK Fam to go to the back line of T1.
Yeah, if they took the Doom away, this is now a huge issue for T1. They have spec, they have so basically the whole team can jump the Oracle. This Oracle is not gonna have a good game.
Yeah, or the Spectre as well.
Oh, poor Joker. He's gonna suffer so much as
At
the
one
Oracle.
point, he's gonna start spamming the voice line. I want to die. Like,
He's gonna die so much he stops spamming the voice line.
oh, Terrorblade, alright.
Going all in.
going all in. I mean, Terrorblade, it's probably one of the only matchups that could really contest against the Spectre, right? You've got the Sunder, if you manage to get the 1v1 late game, lots of HP to swap over.
Yeah, I mean, Troll is banned now, so your next best pick is the TB. Spectre is picked as well.
What other things could they have gone for if the Terrorblade wasn't available?
I think Slug is also in the pool.
Yeah, but
I think they want to have some kind of flexibility, because running as a Terrorblade, you could go fast or you could go late as well. So there's a lot of room for arrows.
Yeah.
And also Miracle has been really good in his illusion-based hero, and also of course TB is the baby of this meta, right?
yeah, Oracle TB. There's
Oracle
nothing much to be
TB.
said.
All
Lord
right.
Miracle.
So, predictions?
10 seconds remaining.
I want to be a geek today. I'm going GEEK Fam.
You're going to join the GEEK Fam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be a tier 1 caster one day with T1. A man can dream.
Thanks, guys. I love my job. All right, thank you so much for your breakdown. We're going to throw it over to our casters right now. Lyrical Winter, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. And you guys are tier 1 in all of our hearts. Deeply, deeply there. My goodness gracious, Winter. It's all happening right now. T1 versus GEEK Fam. I'm excited. I think that this is looking like a draft where I like what GEEK Fam have to do. I really love the Doom as an answer to the Terrorblade. And Winter, you know, I love it when your microphone's not muted. Everything's great. That's perfect. How you doing, man?
I was waiting for you to relax.
But what do you think about the drafts before I flame you a little bit more?
I was just waiting for your introduction to be over.
Okay.
Talking about this Terrorblade against Doom.
Yeah.
Classic. It used to be, I think, 2 years ago, I think VP would pick Doom against Terrorblade a lot.
That's literally what I was thinking about. It was like their go-to answer. But let's get ready to hop into the game and see if that counter still works now. T1 facing off against GEEK Fam. Let's go into it. All right, let's get on into it. So tell me a little bit about why VP, the old VP, loved this so much. What's good about Doom against Terrorblade?
Can I tell you about why Doom is good right now instead of why Doom was good before?
Okay, that's fair. That's a better point. Good call.
I saw in pubs. I think Armel was the first one that I saw doing it because when they changed small cam here and here, so it means that Doom can have an extra cam to work with, some extra spells early in. That's why I think Doom became viable in the mid lane and off lane. So it's a flexible hero. That's why the hero is very strong right now. Plus the pace of the game, slower, so long cooldown heroes are getting more suitable for the meta. Big team fight heroes. Doom is a big team fighter.
Do you rate his Aghanims that much? I know it takes a long time to get up and online, but
his axe is like, oh, I have nothing else to buy, I guess I'll buy the axe, you know? That kind of axe. You don't really need it. Like, you think about the hero, if you're buying an axe, why not just get a refresher?
It's true.
Yeah, for the double BKB, double Doom.
Well, it's the Infernal Blade now, the one where it's stunned.
Oh,
and then you apply
yeah.
strike.
I'm sorry.
The change up. It's all good. You know, there's been a lot of changes in Dota. There's all sorts of crazy things like Position 4 Ember Spirit now that's been played. And
then I think it's actually better than before. Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe on a support role, but I still feel like if you're considering buying an item on Core Doom, 30-40 minutes in the game, usually your itemization should be Blink, BKB, plus a Shivas or AC, you know? And when you have those items, you would be tempted to get a refresher, so you have double BKB, double Shiva.
Right. Yeah, that does make sense to me. It's interesting. I really want to watch and see how this goes because the panel was talking about like how great of a pick this Oracle was, and at the time it did really feel like it. You know, you had the Disruptor, you could purge off Thunderstrike. There was the saves against Ember and Quab, but those last two picks in particular, it felt like everybody just tanked up, and now is really hard to kill. And I'm worried T1 are going to run into damage issues potentially, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, but their draft is all about the Terrorblade. Oracle is there to keep him alive so he can get his Sunder off if he's not Doom. But nevertheless, the Oracle's a strong laner, you know, he has very high kill potential with the Mirana. I'm not sure if he's laning with the Mirana or the Mask. So the Fortune Sense is going to set up for the arrow if he's laning with the Mirana. So apparently it's going to be a tri-lane here, and TV is going to be alone for now.
And you can see he's completely alone as they are trying to find that kill. Well, arrow comes out afterwards, and they are going to land it now. On to poor old Raven. One more punch, it's enough.
Oh, that was a very nice execution. He pushed Spectre away from the creeps for the arrow to connect him. Otherwise, there was no angle for Jokem to land his arrow. Perfect.
What a player. You love to see it.
Genius play, you know?
Yeah. It's a really good way to do it. And those early moves right there, Raven not having a TP, potentially if they're able to find another kill, could be really tragic. Should be mentioned down bottom, Terrorblade, no CS yet. Miracle just got his first one, as he was completely zoned out of the lane by the rotation over from those supports.
So are they gonna just leave him alone for this try? That's weird. It's a Terrorblade, man.
Yeah, he doesn't really do much.
They land another arrow, so maybe it's worth it.
Oh, well, and they'll be able to find that kill onto Whitemon. So, Danny was talking about the potential for a tri-lane. It does feel like they're just heavily prioritizing. We can't let Raven get off the mark at all. Cannot leave him alone.
Nah. They're gonna have to help the Terrorblade at some point. Because I think that no matter what, it's not really that great for them to have 3 heroes in one lane. It's better to have 2 and 2. Because Terrorblade needs, you can abandon him when he's like, ideally level 5, but sometimes if the lane is too difficult, he still jungles at level 3 and level 4. But ideally, you want to have 3 points in Conjure Image before you go jungle.
You can see up here also Whitemon just hanging out and waiting in the fountain. Is he just going to be a courier eventually? Like, is that all he's doing? Yeah, he picks up the crown. That's Raven's, and is now going to bring it on out to him. So everything he can possibly do to help out this Spectre in the lane.
I mean, what do you expect? You're a post 5. You're just a mere servant for the carry. Courier, whatever it is, you do whatever he needs you to do. And you don't complain.
No complaining. Absolutely.
The main thing is not complaining, you know. You prove your worth and he'll carry you in this game.
I love to see it. Mid lane, haven't talked about it a ton yet, but In Your Dream, so far doing quite well against Carl, who's now going to get a couple of quick punches and might be in a little bit of trouble. Does have the blink back, salves up immediately afterwards. No way to break that one for the In Your Dream man.
Earthspirit is actually out CSing the quad.
Yeah.
That is unexpected.
I mean, I guess the Quelling Blade helps. That's probably the big part of it.
Still a melee against a range hero.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, Glyph. They use Glyph to stop the creeps from getting denied. This is pretty important because it's 4 minutes rune soon. Both of them have a bottle. I think Hawker's bottle? Yeah, she has a bottle coming. Oh no, she doesn't have a bottle. Okay, so this is going to be crucial that she doesn't allow the Earth Spirit to get the rune.
Yeah, needs to deny that one, and does have a ward already up on the high ground there, so should be able to get it unless In Your Dream is able to win a click off if it happens.
She's gonna blink over and the Earth Spirit's gonna kick her away. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh, and it's a haste rune taken. That one hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts for Carl.
I mean, the reason why this is going to be very crucial is because of the upcoming bounty runes happening soon. And whoever has the control in the 4-minute power rune will have an absolute advantage in that segment of the game later.
Something to watch for if they're going to be able to make a movement over and control those areas. In Your Dream, already level 5. Carl a little bit behind him in terms of leveling. Could go for maybe some type of a play when he gets magnetized up. We'll have to watch and wait and see. But should also be noted that in this early going, Carl going for maxed out Shadow Strike. So he's just going all in to try and harass away this Earth Spirit. As bottom lane, Cuckoo, a little bit of trouble. The right click's coming through. Doesn't have mana on Paulison to make this turnaround happen. And, well, Zephyr is getting completely bullied back by Miracle. And he's going to be able to just run away from there afterwards. Is In Your Dream trying to clean up the kill onto Cuckoo. Back behind the tower even. He's got so much regen coming in, though. The Tango working. Is it going to be enough for the kill? They will eventually bring him down. Zephyr also died in the meantime. But they'll get that bounty rune as well.
Yeah, that's the haste rune coming into play for the rune. So Raiden has 1, 2, 3 runes. Yeah, they're gonna have 3 runes because there's still one that the Earth Spirit is gonna pick up after this. And here we go, Catapult Wave is here. We see Jocam coming mid lane, probably gonna arrow the Siege Creep if necessary. But it seems like he's gonna move towards bottom lane because the Terrorblade wants to jungle. Oracle needs to heal, so he's gonna be the designated dead lane hero right now. And he's gonna snipe off the Siege Creep here.
Perfect.
Yeah, nicely done. So with the Siege Creep at bottom dead, and they still have a Siege Creep middle, and the Corpse Siege Creep is dying, so it means that Raiden can make a play in the mid lane right now with the 2 supports. So bottom's gonna be refilled. Oh, this is gonna be huge. Can they let
Nice play there. We'll get the root afterwards. The duration is there and going to be able to apply the magnetize onto Zephyr. In Your Dream, if you wanted to, could go for a bit more here.
Yeah, this is
but does not set go for it.
This is the combo you have when you first pick a Mirana, your early pick a Mirana. You want to have a partner that has setup.
Zephyr dead? I think so. Roll in, kick, Flame Guard done. Couple more right clicks coming through. And Paulison gets the kill.
Yeah, absolutely destroying the Dire team right now with their early game heroes. All their heroes are very, very strong in the first few levels, and it's proving to be effective right now with this Oracle Mirana duo as their supports. Just setting up kills left and right. And right now, Mirana has the opportunity to get a lane since Terrorblade wants to jungle. Like I said, when you get level 5, 3 points in Conjure Image, you're better off jungling. You farm a lot faster in the woods.
Yeah, just head away, let the rest of your team make the heavy lifting happen, and Miracle just gets some free time to himself. I'm kind of waiting to see what the counterplay is from GEEK Fam, because all of their heroes scale really well, but it does feel like they need to start getting something going as far as grouping up and fighting. Is it just 6s that you're waiting for?
Disruptor level 6 for sure. Ember is like whatever, you know, if you get level 6, you get level 6, but the Disruptor and the Spectre's level 6 are going to be crucial. They have Sonic Wave right now, and Doom has Ultimate. They want to get a kill. I think Earth Spirit is the hero that they want to Doom right now. you're probably not going to be able to find the Terrorblade. So the Doom made the rotation, he made the walk over, but wasn't able to accomplish much. So he's going to come down. Probably he really wants to use his Doom to kill anybody.
Yeah. Very frustrating series of events there. I think they would have loved to go for it. But the other thing is that Oracle kind of knows, you know, he's nearby and has some good points here.
A very, very good job. This is like his rotation from the Oracle early on is very spot on into everything. Like the runes, the bounty, the power rune, the bounty runes, like setting up kills with the siege creep. Everything he's doing, like so far on the Oracle has been perfect. Everything is correct. Pinpoint accuracy. He's just making so many plays happen because of his movements.
Now they're in a good position to, you know, keep accentuating this lead if they want Arcane Rune up on In Your Dream already. And they're going to queue up the route, and, well, they won't be able to find Carl there. Good blink away by him.
Yep, and they're going to smoke up. After they clear the creep wave, they're going to move top to punish the Spectre here. Magnetize available with Arcane Rune, so... And before they make the smoke, it's important to know they even cleared the wave, you know, so it's gonna be not noticeable from the enemy team. They should know right now, because the mid lane has no one clearing.
Yeah, it does feel like Raven has an idea. Has Haunt available if he starts to get in a contentious spot. In Your Dream wrapping around, hoping to find somebody. This range creep is going to reveal their positioning, and Raven immediately, well, he should have saw them. Yeah, they're going to back out now.
It's okay, it's still pressure, you know. I don't think it's like too bad of a smoke attempt there. So right now the Earthquake is going to farm this camp. He's going to probably farm this as well, and he's going to force a dire team to react. GEEK has to stand heroes top if Spectre wants to be able to farm here. But ideally, as a Spectre, you want something to happen on the other side of the map, so you can horn over and steal some heroes and farm on the other lane when you're getting pressure like this.
It's the best. Just jump in, get a quick kill, get yourself back to lane afterwards, farm up.
So
problem is there aren't really that many great heroes to go on, it feels like.
Yeah, runes are spawning. They were, I mean, this is because of the greedy heroes they have. Like Disruptor and Ember, they're both very level reliant, level dependent.
Level 6, Yokum moves forward, gets the bounty rune away. Easy peasy, and Whitemon also going to go down. So they use the arena for that one. Now they're going to bring Miracle up to the top side and try and pressure back Raven, get him out of there. Sunder, okay. They're sending in the Centaur Conqueror to try and play Interrupt, but nothing really of value is lost. Well, they do lose the support Ember, and they're going to end up finding a return kill onto the Earth Spirit. Carl getting low, but not low enough for the kill from Paulson. Maybe with an arrow? Ooh, sidesteps it. Well done. And they get the courier also. Fine.
But it's okay. They remove the Terrorblade. They get the Terrorblade involved, and they're gonna send the Mars to defend the bottom tower. Look at how they are rotating, and the supports are moving bot to defend the tower. Very, very nice movement here by Radiant once again. They should be able to defend this tower because the Disruptor is still level 5. He has no
rotation.
He has no statics.
They've got him under control. Whitemon at the very least is going to go down. Cuckoo still has a chance to get out of here, it looks like. Yeah. And he is just going to head to the side. CP out. Forev spears out. They got him. Cuckoo under control and going to get killed. As they will finish him off with In Your Dream. Immediate rotation to try and pressure him in tower. But afterwards,
he just needs to arrow the siege creep here. That's his only job.
It was on cooldown for a second, but oh no, the one steps in.
The tower's gonna die now.
Oh my god, it's the Secret Service creep. Moves on in and takes the gank, and they will be able to get the last hit on Carl as well.
Yeah,
really well done.
But they rotated too many heroes to bottom. That's why they lost the middle tower. Unless the TB could have defended the middle tower so that they don't lose the tower. Otherwise, the rotation was gonna be inefficient. I mean, if they were to bring so many heroes, I think the TB just needed to go and defend the middle because nobody could have defended it otherwise. But nevertheless, so it was what, 2 kills in exchange for the mid tier 1. I think that's better for GEEK. This tower is very important.
Yeah, especially because it's the type of heroes and where they're at. Like Cuckoo already has his Blink Dagger, right? He's just going for drums now. He's most harmed in the game.
Usually you see drums first, but I guess he feels like he needs to. They need to fight because, like I said, the 2 supports on GEEK are very level dependent. The Disruptor plus the Ember, so he has to play less greedy and more towards allowing them like XP, you know, in the lane. So he has a blink now. He's going to be ready to fight. They should be smoking towards top to defend the tower. If they want to, they have all their spells up. Taunt, Doom, Static Storm.
There they go. Zephyr ready to lead the way with Cuckoo if they want to go for it.
It's gonna be obvious though, and it's too slow because no one is showing in bot lane. You see, the yellow player is pinging Earth Spirit. He's pinging the lane. There's no one showing, so he's telling them to be careful.
And Yokum going to be the one that steps forward, gets caught there right at the start. Not going to burn the Doom for this one. Can they find any more afterwards though? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
so GEEK only going to get the one.
That was very, very good. They didn't want to lose their position on the map. The Mars wanted to farm bot lane, so they decided not to try to engage. And Mirana was like standing on the side to break the smoke because you don't want to do it as Oracle. So I think all in all, T1 still using the map pretty well. They're farming all 3 lanes. The 2 supports, not the 2 supports, but the mid laner and the Oracle are smoking towards the top lane. I see Earth Spirit, my brain tells me support hero.
You just can't stop it. Oh my god, there's going to be a ton of damage onto Zephyr. Ganking the quote-unquote mid laner. Definitely not the mid laner, but in your dream we'll get the finish, and that's another Spirit Vessel charge for him.
It should have been the Earth Spirit as support the Ember mid laner, but their roles are swapped this game. So who is the brother this game? Earth Spirit. He's the actual big brother.
He's always the big brother.
He's always. Oh, okay.
He's always for it. Yeah.
So who is the youngest among the 3 brothers?
It feels like Storm Spirit. I think actually probably Void Spirit's the oldest.
Yeah,
he seems like a
He's from space, right? So technically, yeah, technically he's the one that has. He should be not affected by time.
Oh. I didn't know that he was from space. That's a weird piece of lore. Not gonna lie to you.
I don't know. When I hear Void Spirit, the void comes from the space, right? Like Enigma.
Fair. Yeah. True enough. Well, we did have a pretty slow series of events now. In Your Dream looks like he's ready to go again as they're going to pop the Mirana ulti.
Yeah.
Do they know this is coming?
I think they know. They have a sentry here.
Carl, Zephyr's the one that opens up. They break onto Mars. He's got the arena. Paulison walks into view as well, and he manages to get the remnant out. The silence is there, but Ember's still gonna die.
Yeah, but it's just a support, and Cuckoo was able to get 2 bounty runes at top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so that's fine. I think losing a support to that heavy commitment or rotation is okay. But TB gets the mid tower, so this is the important thing that for Radiant to accomplish right now. So that's going to open up the Roshan control for them since they already removed this tower. And they're going to try to hold their tier 1 at bottom.
This does feel like it could be a time to go for a big fight though. Orchid is just coming out right now for the Queen of Pain, but she's not with the rest of her team. You're going to find Paulison right at the start. She's making the move down here. This could be a big engagement. All 10 heroes, exception of Terrorblade, on this side of the map, and Paulus is the one that's found first, but the stun is going to be there onto the Spectre, and I think that signals with Oracle dying that T1 cannot fight this.
Yeah, so immediately for FTP stop, try to take over the top side of the map. Very, very good. I mean, you notice their movement, it's always been very, very quick and precise. You know, they know where they should be going. Immediately after someone dies, you know, like they're already looking at the next move. They're not like dwelling on, oh, someone died, you messed up, you know, talking about stuff that already happened, but they're just talking about what we have to do, you know, like they're moving very, very quickly.
I can't help but worry a little bit though that as this game goes later and later, the Spectre is going to become a really big problem for T1. Like, I don't know, is Terrorblade a big enough carry that he can sort of out farm and out carry everybody else on the Dire lineup?
Read his name, he's Terror. Everyone runs away from him.
All right, that's fair. I just get worried. Whenever I see these oracles in these games against Spectre, it's like eventually he just gets an Abyssal Blade and he just dies, and there's like nothing you can do. I guess Aeon Disc.
Aeon Disc, yeah. You have to, when you get to that stage, you need to get Aeon Disc. But Terrorblade, I think, has some sort of advantage against Spectre later because of the reflection. You're gonna force him to have to buy Manta, like something to dispel off the illusion.
Right. Roll in. Zephyr able to remnant out. So the pressure is going to come here onto the top tier 2 tower, and it's pretty hard to make a move to defend this at this point. But they are kind of heading over here.
Spectre is going for, not going for Radiance, going for Diffusal. So he wants to play a faster game. They realize the game is going at a pace that they cannot manage at all for Dire team, so they have to try to go less greedy, speed up the pace.
Goes in right at the start. That's going to be a static storm down onto several of them. Can they find this kill onto Forev? He's super
the
low.
TV.
Arrow is going to connect, and Miracle turns now to fight and kill off Cuckoo. Spear keeps him alive. Forev? Hello? Oh, he tried to drop down the tree. Oh, but it didn't hit. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that's the real GG tree.
I mean, I guess it's fine since no one died. Nobody lost anyone. And what are the spells that were committed? The Mars Arena, Magnetize, Haunt, Disruptor Ultimate. We still have Doom and Sonic Wave. So I think Dire can still make a move here. They have enough in their arsenal left.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to get the extra kill there on the Cuckoo for sure, but getting at least the tier 2 tower off that meta feels pretty good out.
This is a very big deal because the outpost is exposed right now.
Yeah.
20 minutes is going to be hitting soon, so the outpost has to be reclaimed here by the Dire team if they do not want to go behind in terms of XP deficit too much. But it doesn't seem like they want to reclaim the top outpost.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to get this tier 2 tower taken in bottom as Forev tries to get the spear there, hits it onto the tree that time. The roll in afterwards from In Your Dream, able to connect the arena down, and Cuckoo got out earlier. No chance that time.
Oh, mechanics. You did it this time.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So
I mean, it is something that a lot of players sometimes have trouble with in the game. When you screw up one time and then you lose a lot of confidence, it's very important to not let it affect you.
Well, and I mean, particularly in that instance, right? He's like going uphill, upstairs. There's weird like Z-axis things going on, and it's a hard one to get. As they're gonna get the glimpse pullback now onto Forev, Static Storm and an Orchid immediately afterwards into a Yules, and Forev is fine. He's out of there, it looks like, unless they have another glimpse right on 5 seconds. Hookstone gonna land. They get the Doom onto the Oracle. Arrow splits the upright and off to the side. Forev is going to fall. Sonic Wave afterwards hitting on Yokum as well as Paulison. The chase coming round 2. The Haunt is down, and the Pain Train keeps on rolling through town. They didn't get an outpost, but they got a couple kills.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overextension by T1 there. The Earth Spirit was at top with the TB. They were sort of like trying to posture around the Bounty Rune. I'm not sure if the Earth Spirit wanted to fight or didn't want to fight, but it seems like he just wanted to get the rune. I think if he was heading towards the middle lane, maybe they have a chance to turn. But because he wasn't there, I don't think the three of them should have tried something that aggressive. I felt like it was kind of like save your buddy syndrome, right? The Master, who was the first one who got caught? I think the Oracle, no, Mirana, and the Oracle used his Fortune's End to try to purge the root, and they tried to keep saving each other, and then in the end, everyone died.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Those types of things always suck when they, in retrospect, feels like, oh, we can save them, but then it doesn't work, and yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah, that's why I always talk about communication. If you make... Sorry?
I was just going to say part of it too, I guess, is the disruptor. Like it makes what would normally be like an okay situation way worse.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Because if you are winning a game, sometimes you feel like you're confident. You want to poke and prod. But against a disruptor, if you poke, there's no getting out.
Too true. Roll in now, trying to find Cuckoo yet again. The silence, the slowdown, but the glimpse. Oh, all right. Arena's going to land now, and with no avenue to save him, Cuckoo's just going to drop.
I see that. So they are going to be able to, I guess, pressure this tower. I'm not sure if they can kill the tower, but they do have a lot of damage. Oh no, arrow lands.
Oh my god, they got him.
Is it like
and now Ember down.
Is it like some scouting arrow that landed?
I think Yokum's just a baller. I think that's what it is.
They didn't see him. I think he was just trying to scout, like see if anyone was around the vicinity, and then he got lucky. And thank you very much, say Jokum.
Dang. Miracle still about a quarter duration left on the Metamorphosis. Don't know if he's going to be able to get anything else done, but he's almost got a Satanic.
Satanic. So he's gone mass, status resist. But you still take the same overall damage, right? From the Doom. You just like go down faster, but you still take the same amount of damage. And you the tick happens faster.
But I guess that is better with an Oracle, right? Like, especially if you can pop Satanic.
Yes, because you want him to keep healing you and you don't want to pop your BKB or anything.
Chase down Miracle.
Don't
fire. He's in some trouble. Does have a DD though. Oh my god, but they just get completely eviscerated. Freb also in a hell of a lot of trouble. He gets the blink away though. Good Yule Scepter. Static Storm down in a lot of trouble. Miracle going to be gone. They managed to bring him down. Cuckoo jumps in front of Yokum, but the chase will not continue. So 2 dead.
Yeah.
Big win there for Geek Fam.
Big win there. They understand that there's no Metamorph. So it's time for them to take stuff back, you know, when they gave away the mid-tier 2. It's time to reclaim our land, our home. But TV did not realize that he should get out right away. And
oh man. Look at this. Immediately into Roche afterwards. Spectre's gonna pop the Manta so you get the extra Desolate damage, and Roche is falling. They don't have much in the way to deal with it, but it's going down.
They're gonna be
Arrow hits on the Spectre. This is really spooky. Can they get there in time? Trying to play Interrupt Zephyr. Seeing if he can keep him back forever. Gets one hero pushed out. Is it gonna go down? They get it. Carl takes the Aegis. Cuckoo down low and dead. Already a 1-for-1 exchange as Mirana has fallen. Carl tries to blink out and will be able to. Just barely, but the roll forward, the pushback, getting him caught over to the side, that's going to be a dead Queen of Pain. Blink will be up with BKB's, but he should be able to get out of there in time. And Carl gets the jump, the TP, and she will be fine.
Okay, so Terrible has Metamorph right now, and he's a double damage run. This is a high ground push, I presume. Dire has used all their spells, right? No Sonic Wave, no Doom, no Haunt.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, they have Static Storm, I guess.
I guess not. Okay, fine. I don't want to go for it. I think it's pretty understandable. It's still pretty early in the game. You have a TB. You're by all means not in any hurry at all.
Oh, look at this. Whitemon, 2 for the price of 1. He's able to get both those Observer Wards that were panic dropped. That's 400 gold for the Disruptor. That's hype.
Early Christmas present for position 5. 400 gold. Thank you. You think I'm going to buy any items with that? No, I'm just going to buy sentries.
I mean, he's got a shovel. He can dig for his treasure. See if he finds anything.
What you are actually gonna dig up? Just a bounty for other people to get rich, you know?
Exactly. Man. Well, 25 minutes in, it's a 2,000 gold lead for Geek Fam. After a hot start from T1, they do need to find a new avenue into it. It looks like they're gonna go in for a Scotty next on Miracle.
I like the Diffuser Manta and into the Butterfly. Butterfly is very good for the Spectre against Terrorblade matchup. If he doesn't know, you're gonna hit a timing where you're gonna be able to man fight him until he gets the MKB.
Right. Well, and that's not necessarily a thing that you love to build on Terrorblade. I mean, it's better now than it used to be because you get attack illusions.
You just buy Rapier.
Hey, there you go.
MKB is not a baller item. Rapier is the baller item.
Oh, Cuckoo. Cuckoo, you crazy, Cuckoo. The spear's gonna connect, dodges back from the arrow. He just jumped in and ate the catapult. He's out of here. I mean, that's kind of hype. I don't know.
He's actually a madman, man.
Cuckoo's crazy.
How did he actually not die? No one stunned him? Like, Osprey didn't do anything, and then there was no one cast any spell on him. There's no stun.
I mean, the other thing too, though, is they killed the whole creep wave, so now they don't have to worry about them going high ground.
And look at what's happening right now. Same situation. Metamorph is down. They have to ditch, and Dire is gonna smoke right now. Yeah, they're smoked up. This is their hunting time. They're playing very well around the Metamorph. This is the important timing in the game, like important spell. So Raiden has to be very, very careful not to get into a fight like what happened the last time when they didn't have Metamorph. Clear the creep waves, hide in your base. Give the tower if you have to give the tower.
Look at this. Miracle decides to go back afterwards, and he separates Anjanyasha and he's halberd now.
What is he getting?
Instead. I don't know what he's getting next, but he separated and made a halberd instead of going for the Scotty.
So do you think the self HP regen works with the Oracle?
Maybe.
So he casts the Purifying Flames on you during ultimate, so that buffs. Maybe.
Interesting.
Is that why he's buying it? So the synergy is there.
So I mean, you get the amplification, right?
Yeah.
On the thing. So I'm wondering if you do get the double, you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll have to do some testing later. But regardless, it's really good for that and evasion. It's a pretty cool pickup here. The active itself, it's like okay against Spectre, but like I don't know, a lot of the other ones doesn't feel that amazing.
It's just meh here on the active. I think it's more for the evasion and the status resist and the HP regen. I mean the heal, whatever you want to call it. Lifesteal M, self HP regen M. Because of the Oracle. I think if you don't have an Oracle, there's a lot less value to build this item, this game.
Okay. Well, we do have a Paladin Sword, Orb of Destruction. That one, we'll see who ends up picking it up. Feels like a good Ember Spirit item.
Our Spectre, what did he buy? Did he buy a BKB? What did he buy? Can't see his item. Basher?
Something's coming out. It's Basher, yeah. Basher and Orb of Destruction.
Basher. I mean, it's okay. I was kind of feeling that he was going to complete the butterfly. Wait for the butterfly and look for a fight, but maybe he feels like he needs the Basher to finish off the supports, the Oracle especially, in the backline. And he needs to carry his own dust, I think, because of the Moonlight.
I guess hypothetically, you could make a really good case for like breaking it before Sunder or something, and a quick stun on the Miracle with like Abyssal Blade. But
you make
we'll have to
your
see.
own luck.
That's right. Jump in, caught, stunned for Rev. Throws out the arena, immediate BKB from Carl, pulls back in one, Miracle in some trouble, but Cuckoo pops his own BKB to run out of there. He still has Doom available if they wanted to use it here, but the tower is dropping very, very low, aren't available. Do they want to go, or are they just going to give this one up? It looks like they have to give up the tower. Zephyr gets pushed back in, rooted in a hell of a lot of trouble, and he's down no buyback. With no BKBs on Carl or Doom, I don't know if T1 need to leave. I think they're fine.
Everybody is a very strong hero.
Chase, Raven jumps over to the other side, and a pause. Oh, well, that's not great. Yeah, hit some Meepos. Just take out your rage on the faces of Meepo.
But he's already dead.
Right.
It doesn't matter anymore. He's already dead.
But I guess they don't know that he doesn't have buyback, is the thing, right? He's pretty close to buyback on Ember. He's 300 gold away, and hypothetically, T1 don't know that.
Wait, am I seeing this wrong?
What?
The Ember has 2.6k gold, and he needs 300 gold for buyback?
Wait, it says, yeah, that's what it looks like.
Am I crazy or what?
That's a little bit
There's
insane.
no way, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have much. Like, what the hell?
Oh, maybe that's not his money, because he DC'd.
Yeah, that could be it. That would be the only thing that makes sense.
Nobody costs that much.
Yeah, it's whoever you're clicking on. So right now I clicked on Spectre and he's got 1,200 gold, and then I click on Ember and it still says 1,200. That's why.
Oh, okay. I understand. So who was I clicking on? Who had 2.6k gold?
It was Doom. You're clicking on, or no, you were clicking on somebody on the Radiant. Clicking on Miracle.
Yeah, okay, fine. I was like, what? He has 2.6k gold and he has no buyback? What is this?
Winter, do you just want to type in and tell him he doesn't have buyback? Do you want to just let him know? I'm just kidding. Don't do it. Please don't do that.
Why are you trying to get me in trouble? Why?
It would be pretty funny, right? You not think so?
Come on, Gabe. Let's be serious.
Okay,
no time to make jokes. It's a serious tournament. Serious game.
It is, and it's a serious moment. They need to figure out how to hold the base now, if they even want to do it. They've already haunted in right now, so Spectre is on top of the Terrorblade. They have Blink in, well, they already used it, and Doom has been used as well.
If they don't kill the Oracle, how are they gonna kill the TV?
Wait, where he got doomed? What the hell? The Chase over to the side. And with Doom already used onto the Earth Spirit, there's no counter initiation, but there's no way to chase down Miracle. So he can just wait out the Doom.
GG.
Oh, God. And that's Quap going to go down as well. Carl barely gets out of there.
It is.
And yeah.
Bye-bye to your Rex.
Holy moly. They're just going to let this one die too. Oh, deny. Well done, Carl. You show him who's boss.
Yeah, you see the power of the hero. He's been getting a lot of attention recently because the pace of the game is very, very suitable. It's a very ideal environment, ideal ecosystem for Terrorblade to thrive. Any hero that can farm and fight and has some sort of like team fight ability, like Metamorph or whatever you like, Spectre Horn, those are the carries that are currently trending.
Well, they are making it work quite well. Looking pretty as all can be.
Those heroes are all heroes that can, all carries that can fight plus farm.
So it's so interesting, like the way that the game changes so much from just a patch that, you know, takes a look at some of those base level, you know, gold and income changes and economy changes. Like, it does feel very different than the last patch.
Yeah, because the last patch, everyone's just saying, oh no, I can't afford to lose my lane. If I lose my lane, this game is over. And Terrorblade is like such a weak laner. How are you going to pick Terrorblade Spectre? They're all very, very weak laners. That's why the carries that you see are usually the ones that are have better laning capabilities, or just sometimes you don't even see a carry at all.
So you're telling me we're going to see some TB nerfs in the next patch? That's what I'm hearing from you.
I think it's the economy change. Maybe something needs to be adjusted, you know, the goal from creeps or jungle, like. But I kind of like the direction of the game right now. It's just the numbers that needs to be tweaked, because the last patch, the limitation on the heroes you can pick was too much limitation. It's very hard to have a wide variety of strategies, because if you lose your lane game, it's over. So you need to prioritize on picking heroes that are good in the lane.
Getting together here, Cuckoo walking right into everybody, finds one. It's a bit of a bait though, as they turn it back around. Static Storm down, but Freb, he already has the arena out. Connects now on Disruptor. In a ton of trouble. Raven finding Paulison, but he gets the heal off in time, and now Miracle has shown up. Paulison will likely go down, but likewise GEEK fam will if they stick around too long around this Terrorblade. He is terrifying, but Arrow combo comes out. Good blink away with the BKB from Carl, and the Orchid now on him on a buyback from the Oracle, trying to turn, get themselves a kill. They get at least one. Can they find any more afterwards? They've only lost the Disruptor on GEEK fam. With the buyback from Oracle, it looks like GEEK fam are going to stop the chase. Ooh, Arrow just barely a little too late.
Yeah, they were, I think, a little bit too split up for the Radiant team. They were not really together. I think if they're together, there's no way the Dire team can just pick heroes off like this. I think they have excellent itemization on the supports. The Mirana has Meg plus Pipe, Medallion, and he has the, I want to say plate mirror, but Craggy Code, and Oracle has a Glimmer. So all they need to do is just huddle with each other, you know, hold each other's hands, pop your Meg, pop your Pipe, group up together, fight around the range Metamorph Terrorblade, and you're gonna be fine. But if you're split up, that's when the Spectre and the Ember, all these heroes, and the Glimpse is gonna dominate you, because you're gonna get picked off one by one.
Take the fight on your terms, not on
hold hands. Hold your hands. Stick together. When you play against Spectre, you need to stick together.
The scary thing though about the Spectre is like he's still getting a little bit bigger for Raven. You saw in that last fight that he was able to blow up Paulison. You know, even though Paulison ended up being able to get his false promise off, like, but that changes when the.
I mean, the only reason why he can kill Paulison is because they are not together. Otherwise, they can save him.
Oh, Zephyr, he didn't get to the low ground. Arrow going in. Zephyr gonna miss. Right off the mark. Fareb is there, though. Gets him silence. Follow up. Is there any more afterwards? They're trying to finish off the Roche right now, but the roll-in comes. They give up on Roche. They're just gonna walk outside. Cuckoo standing tall. Gets the hoof stomp onto 3. Where's the follow-up? Magnetized onto 3. Trying to run away. Raven jumps in. Can they kill off Zephyr in time? It looks like they will be able to, but he kicks him out of there. And Zephyr TPing back home. He's gonna be able to get in there. Two already dead. They didn't decide to Arrow. He will be able to find the kill there onto Carl. But where's the follow-up? Is there anything else GEEK fam has left in the tank? They do already buy back now on Earth Spirit. They want to get in there and finish off this Roshan with no quap for 80. Looks like Geek fam have to respect it.
Oh, that was a very ballsy move. They're running up the high ground with no Metamorph. Oh, it almost caused them the rush.
And Zephyr goes in. Was not able to snipe the last hit on the Roshan. Will give up his life. Glimpse away, trying to run. Whitemon in trouble. Frev gonna tiptoe around the kinetic field and then eventually be able to run down this hero. Finish off dead. Pretty as pie from T1, honestly. They're looking real good.
Yeah. This is some of the best Dota I've seen from them in a while. Heals.
Got him caught. Cuckoo. Just gonna TP out of there.
That's big. That's a big BKB. Terribly has Metamorph and Aegis right now. He's gonna knock on your door and your Doom has no BKB. Good luck defending. Good luck.
Right. Yeah, it's
Karun.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yes.
It's so scary.
More illusions.
Oh. 52-second duration, 94-second cooldown.
Oh,
Cuckoo.
no BKB. Well, why is this man not dead again? He jumps in, no BKB.
Dude, Cuckoo's insane. He walks in, the hook stomp, gets it on the boat. No, he is gonna die. He ends up going down, but the buyback is there already. Miracle turning. There's not the reflection. Silence. Pull back onto 2. But do they have the damage? I think the answer is no. Miracle is not even dropping down to below half HP. He hasn't had to pop Satanic.
Yeah,
You cannot kill this man.
even past the cheese in the middle of the fight was correct.
Oh, kick him in, hoof stomp afterwards. Isn't enough. Miracle drop down low the back. They get him.
No
Cuckoo. They've got Doom afterwards. They've got Doom afterwards if they want to try and finish him off here. And it looks like they're going to drop it. And he went too far forward. Miracle caught in a hell of a bad position. They're going to take down Yokum afterwards. Haunting in, looking for more. Farev says, I'm out of here. But in your dream, rolling away. He has no more remnants left. Nowhere left to go. He too will fall. 4 gone, and none of them have buyback.
What a turn of events right there. The only reason the Terrorblade died there was because the moment Oracle uses his ultimate on the Mars, they actually cannot fight anymore. That's how big that spell is. Because the Terrorblade immediately becomes vulnerable when the Oracle has no false promise. And even if you have Aegis, you die, right? So what? You have no Metamorph when you come back.
And that was one of those moments too that, like, I don't know if it was the Force Staff from the Ember or if it was a kick that came from the Earth Spirit, but TD suddenly got really deep into the base there. And now Tier 2 Tower is dead. TD is still dead for 30. When he's up, he's gonna have meta though. See what they can do.
They have Glyph. They still have Glyph. I should be able to delay in time for TV to be alive.
They're trying real hard here. The glyph's going to be used, rooted there. Still hard to take this fight once everybody is back up. And Carl just frantically beating away at the tier 3. They're doing a lot of damage to it. Arrow goes out, not going to connect. Raven, Cuckoo, everybody punching the melee. Terrorblade is about to be back up. Frev pushes Cuckoo inside the base. Glimpse away afterwards. And it looks like they will stick around. Carl, Yule Scepter lift up. Do they have the spear afterwards? No. BKB, blink, TP out maybe? He's thinking about it. He's got another blink in a second. Spear! Oh my god, Frev! What a play! That was insane!
Yes, buyback. They have to push me the right away. They have to go right now before Doom. Okay, 30 seconds before they have Doom again. Never mind, they won't have enough time.
And they pinged it out. They don't. They should. I guess they don't know if there's a DD rune down here. But Yokum's about to spot it. We'll see if Terrorblade goes back for it. I mean, he's got meta and a DD. That sounds pretty nice.
Okay. The Oracle is the most important hero right now. He can't afford to get caught or use. I don't think he can even use his ultimate on anyone else but the TV.
All right.
If the mask goes in and he gets in trouble, it's his problem, right? He has to save his ultimate for TV only.
Doom has Aghanim. Doom has Aghanims. Spectre has Abyssal Blade. They just finished Daedalus on Miracle. Can they do anything here? They gotta be real careful. I don't think they know about the Aghanims yet on Doom. Longer duration stug from the Infernal Blade, it gives them break and increases the burn duration as well. But racks are already falling. As this haunt comes out, Cuckoo jumps in onto all of them. You can do and then haunt. Can they kill him? They will. Now in a ton of trouble. Who's left to save? Miracle anybody. Silence, Yule Scepter lift up,
Nice.
keeping him alive for the moment. He's got mid style still if they want to use it. Zephyr is there, Carl has to blink away. It's still so hard to kill this guy. They need to wait for Cuckoo to come back in. But it looks like they're gonna keep up here.
Who did he doom? He doomed the Earth Spirit?
Mars. Glimpse. Miracle turns the fight onto Zephyr, getting dropped down, and Mars back in. They've got the arena down. Buyback coming from the Amber. He wants to jump back in. Cuckoo trying to stay on target, gets the stun there on it too yet again. Can they find any more damage to bring down Miracle? He's under fire, under control, taking down the trees nearby. Cuckoo gets the stun, able to collapse onto this Terror Blade. He's dead. No buyback again. He's no buyback for the Daedalus.
Oh, this man is insane. He actually didn't save for buyback.
Oh my god, and up to the north, they find themselves the Mars, Forev left all alone, no teammates nearby to help him. And without Roche, obviously there's one objective you can go for. It is down the mid lane.
Yeah, Jesus GG. That's what a comeback by GEEK fam. They just played very well around the understanding, oh, the moment meta is down, that is a goal time for us, you know, we have to just run at them. Even if we are behind, we are strong enough to run at them. And they're just capitalizing on that perfectly, it seems.
Have some creeps in the base, and tier 4 towers are taking damage. But Zephyr is back to clean it up.
They have no buyback on 2 heroes here. Oh. Maybe they didn't know. Okay, I think they don't know that Phoebe has no buyback. That's why they're doing this. They're just going for the safer route.
And there's a tier 2 tower that's still standing up top, so I mean they're gonna at least test here for the tier 4s. It looks like Carl looking to get clipped by an arrow.
They definitely know Mars has no buyback.
20 seconds away. Stun is there. Yokum. They have to use the false promise on him. This is not the way to do it. He has taken so much damage, and I don't think he lives through that one. Even with the fountain regen, it's not enough. They lose the tier 4 tower, the first of them. Trying to whittle down these creeps if at all possible. TV back up, 1 second. Can they do it? The tier 4 tower falls in the Dire base as well. They could think about going for a backstab if they want to. Already down relatively low, Lightmon in trouble. Sonic Wave comes out, the silence is there. Full control, Cuckoo. He's got Doom afterwards if he needs it. Triple kill from Carl. He manages to get off the Sunder, but it is not enough. They lose him yet again, and with the Ancient exposed, GEEK fam are gonna win the game, diving the fountain. Beautiful.
but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can